There is a house on Evergreen Terrace in a town called Springfield, and for 36 years it has been sitting there, tucked between a neighbor's immaculate lawn and a cracked nuclear cooling tower on the horizon, and the family inside that house has been watching the world go by from their couch every Sunday night. They have not aged. The furniture has not changed. The same framed picture hangs on the same wall. The same car sits in the same driveway. The beer in the fridge is always cold and the television is always on. And somehow, from inside that frozen house on a street in a town that doesn't exist on any map, the writers who gave that house its yellow-skinned occupants have spent 3.5 decades looking out the window at the future and describing what they saw before it happened. That is what this is about. Not the radiation theories, not the coma, not the mystery of who shot Mr. Burns, though all of those are fascinating in their own right. This is about something stranger and in some ways more unsettling than any of those things. This is about the fact that a cartoon that premiered on the 17th of December, 1989, has spent the decades since its debut being right about things it had no business being right about. We are going to go through them one by one. Every major prediction, every moment where a joke written in a writer's room in Los Angeles landed with strange precision on a reality that hadn't arrived yet. We are going to take our time with each one, sit with them, understand the context around them, and try to work out why a show about a bumbling nuclear safety inspector and his dysfunctional family has such an uncanny relationship with the world we actually live in. This is meant to be a slow, comfortable journey. There is no urgency here. You can close your eyes and let the words wash over you if you like, because the story of The Simpsons and its relationship with the future is not the kind of story that demands your full attention all at once. It rewards patience. It rewards the kind of half-aware listening you do when you are drifting towards sleep and the television is still murmuring in the background. Which, when you think about it, is probably how a lot of people first encountered these episodes in the first place. So settle in. Let us start at the very beginning of this particular story, before we get to the predictions themselves. Because to understand why The Simpsons keeps being right, you first need to understand what kind of show it actually was, and how different that was from anything else on television when it first appeared. The Simpsons arrived at a peculiar moment in American cultural history. The late 1980s were a time when the dominant vision of the American family on television was almost aggressively aspirational. The families that filled primetime were tidier than real families, warmer than real families, and they solved their problems in 30 minutes with heartfelt conversations and gentle lessons about personal growth. The world those shows depicted was recognizable enough to feel real, but sanitized enough to feel comfortable. The Simpsons came from a different place entirely. Its creator, Matt Groening, had spent years drawing a comic strip called Life in Hell, which was a sardonic, melancholy look at the frustrations of everyday existence. When Fox approached him about developing an animated segment for The Tracy Ullman Show, Groening sketched out a family in the waiting room rather than pitch an animated version of Life in Hell, which he wanted to keep independent. The Simpson family emerged in about 10 minutes of frantic drawing, named after Groening's own family members, his father Homer, his mother Marge, his sisters Lisa and Maggie, with Bart as the rebellious child Groening himself wished he could have been. What came out of that waiting room sketch was something American television had never quite seen before. A family that fought. A father who was genuinely, honestly, sometimes alarmingly incompetent. A mother whose patience was not a character trait so much as a survival mechanism. A son who was not a lovable scamp but an actual agent of chaos. A daughter who was smarter than everyone around her and genuinely miserable about what that meant in the context of her world. And a baby who simply watched everything with enormous, unreadable eyes. They were yellow. They had 4 fingers on each hand. They lived next door to a man who prayed constantly and was rewarded with nothing, and down the road from a billionaire who had lived for over a century through means that were never fully explained. Their town had a nuclear plant, a tire fire, a monorail that collapsed, and a quick E-Mart staffed by a man who had met many of the world's most famous figures and taken it all in stride. And the writers who populated this world were, by the standards of American television, extraordinarily well-educated observers of the real one. The early Simpsons writing room was staffed by people who had, in aggregate, attended Harvard, Yale, and other elite institutions in numbers that were unusual for a comedy writer's room. Several had backgrounds not in entertainment but in mathematics, philosophy, political theory, economics, and computer science. They had read widely and thought carefully about the direction the world was heading, and every week they sat down to translate that reading and thinking into jokes for a cartoon family in a fictional town. The result was a show that functioned on multiple levels simultaneously. On the surface, it was a family sitcom with big visual gags and fast jokes. Beneath that surface, it was a sustained, meticulously observed satire of American life. And beneath that satire, there was something else, a kind of extrapolative intelligence, a habit of looking at the world as it was and asking, quietly, what it would probably look like in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. That extrapolative intelligence is the engine behind the predictions. The writers were not guessing randomly. They were watching trends that were already in motion and describing where those trends would arrive. The difference between the Simpsons writers and most other observers of American life was that the Simpsons writers were willing to take the logical conclusion of a trend all the way to its endpoint, wrap it in a joke, and put it on television. And when the world eventually caught up to where those trends were heading, the joke was already there waiting. This is the most important thing to understand about the predictions before we examine any of them individually. They are not supernatural. They are not the product of time travel or insider knowledge or a secret pipeline to future events. They are the product of what happens when very intelligent, very well-read people pay very close attention to the present and allow themselves to imagine where it leads. And yet, knowing how the trick works does not make the trick less impressive to watch. Because some of the predictions are so specific, so precisely detailed, so eerily accurate in their particulars that even a full understanding of the mechanism behind them does not entirely dispel the sense of strangeness they produce. A show predicting that a celebrity businessman might one day become president is one thing. A show depicting that businessman descending an escalator at the moment of his announcement, before escalator announcements were even a concept, is something else. We will get to all of it. We will give every major prediction the time and space it deserves. But before we do, one more thing about the world The Simpsons walked into in 1989, because the cultural context of the show's arrival matters for understanding the scope of what it eventually predicted. In 1989, the internet did not exist in any form accessible to ordinary people. The World Wide Web would not be invented until the following year, and it would not reach most American households for another 5 or 6 years after that. Personal computers existed but were expensive, slow, and limited in their applications. Mobile phones existed but were the size of bricks and were carried primarily by business people who could afford to look absurd. The idea of a device you could carry in your pocket that would give you access to all of human knowledge, let you speak face-to-face with someone on the other side of the planet, and track your physical location at all times was not just science fiction. It was the kind of science fiction that seemed genuinely far-fetched. Streaming video did not exist. Social media did not exist. The concept of a media corporation that controlled music, movies, television, theme parks, and streaming services simultaneously did not exist. The idea of a company valuable enough to make its founder the richest person in human history did not exist. The possibility of commercial space tourism was confined to optimistic projections in magazines that most people read and then set aside. All of these things now exist. All of them were predicted in some form or another by The Simpsons. That is the scope of what we are dealing with, and we are going to go through it all, slowly, comfortably, one extraordinary coincidence at a time. If you are watching this at night, wherever you are in the world, drop a comment with your location and the time you're tuning in. And if you have not subscribed yet, now is a good moment. There is a lot of ground to cover tonight, and you will want to be here for all of it. The predictions do not arrive in a neat chronological order because the episodes were not written with the intention of being prophetic. They were written week by week, season by season, with individual writers pitching ideas and the room deciding which ones to develop. So what we have across the show's run is a scattered, organic collection of moments, some small, some enormous, that in retrospect form a pattern far too consistent to be entirely comfortable. Let us begin with the category that most people think of first when they think about The Simpsons and the future. Not technology, not politics. Something stranger, and in some ways more philosophically interesting. Let us begin with the show's relationship with the texture of everyday life, the small predictions, the ones that nobody put on a viral list, The ones that accumulated quietly across decades until you sat back one day and realized that the Springfield you had been watching since you were a child looked more like the world outside your window than anything else on television. In the early 1990s, The Simpsons began depicting a version of American life in which ordinary people were overwhelmed by an accelerating pace of change. They had no framework for processing. Homer's struggles with his job were not just comedic set pieces, they were specific, pointed observations about the anxiety of a working class that was being asked to navigate an increasingly complex world with tools that had not been designed for people like Homer. The plant's technology kept upgrading. The paperwork kept multiplying. The expectations kept shifting. And Homer kept falling behind, not because he was especially lazy or stupid by the standards of his environment, but because the environment itself was changing faster than anyone had been prepared for. By the mid-1990s, that observation had stopped being a background note and had become a dominant theme. The show began staging episodes explicitly about the fear of obsolescence, about the terror of being left behind by a world that was moving on without you, about the particular loneliness of watching younger, faster, more adaptable people move up while you stayed still. Those episodes felt like satire at the time. They feel like documentary now. The small predictions are worth naming before we move into the big ones, because they form the foundation of everything else. The show depicted suburban sprawl consuming farmland decades before that sprawl reached the specific towns where many of its viewers grew up. It depicted the decline of local businesses in the face of large chain stores with such precision that the episode feels less like a comedy and more like an economic history of Main Street America in the 1990s. 2000s. It depicted the emotional relationship between American men and their televisions, the specific, particular, almost romantic attachment that Homer had to his couch and his remote in a way that predated the academic literature on sedentary leisure by at least a decade. It depicted the way children were changing. Bart was not just a bratty kid, he was a specific kind of late 20th century American child, one who had grown up with television, who processed the world through pop culture references, who had an instinctive skepticism toward authority that was different in kind from the rebellion of previous generations. Bart did not rebel against the system because he had a coherent alternative vision. He rebelled against the system because the system had given him enough television to understand that it was performative, and he had decided to perform right back at it. That portrait of a specific kind of American childhood was accurate in 1989, and it remained accurate for every generation of children who grew up in front of screens in the decades that followed, because the underlying dynamic Bart represented only intensified as the screens got smaller and more numerous and more personal. These small observations are the skeleton of the show's prophetic record. They are less dramatic than the headline predictions, but they are in some ways more remarkable, because they suggest that the writers of The Simpsons were not just making lucky guesses about specific future events. They were reading the structural dynamics of American society with enough clarity to understand where those dynamics would lead at a granular, lived experience level. That is a different kind of accuracy from predicting a stock market crash or a political upset. It is the accuracy of someone who understands the architecture of everyday life well enough to know what the rooms inside that architecture will look like when the building finishes being built. And with that foundation in place, let us move into the specific, documented, verifiable predictions that have made The Simpsons one of the most analyzed pieces of cultural prophecy in the history of television. Section 2. The Technological Prophecies, Screens, Devices, and the World in Your Pocket. There is a scene in a 1995 episode of The Simpsons where a character glances at their wrist and checks the time on what appears to be a small rectangular device strapped to their arm. The device does more than tell time. It functions as a communications tool. It receives information. It is, to anyone watching that scene today, unmistakably a smartwatch. The Apple Watch was announced in September 2014. It reached consumers in April 2015. The Simpsons depicted a functionally identical device 19 years earlier. This is where we begin with technology, because the smartwatch is the clearest, most visually undeniable example of the show's technological foresight. When you look at the footage from that 1995 episode, and then look at footage of an Apple Watch being demonstrated at launch, the similarity is not a matter of interpretation. The form factor, the wrist-worn profile, the concept of a small screen delivering information through a personal device attached to the body, the show drew it before the technology existed to build it. Now, the usual caveat applies here, and we should name it honestly because it matters. The idea of a wrist-worn communication device was not an invention of The Simpsons. Dick Tracy had a two-way wrist radio in the comic strips as far back as 1946. Science fiction writers had been imagining wearable technology for decades. The concept was not new. What The Simpsons did was take that long-standing science fiction concept and place it in a mundane, everyday context, not on the wrist of a detective or a space traveler, but on the wrist of an ordinary Springfield resident going about ordinary Springfield business. That normalization of the technology, that presentation of it as an unremarkable part of everyday life rather than a futuristic novelty, was the prediction, and it was accurate. By the time the Apple Watch launched, wearable technology had indeed become unremarkable. It was a consumer product you bought at a store and paired with your phone. It was a thing people wore to track their steps and check their messages and pay for coffee. The Simpsons saw that future not because the writers had access to Apple's product roadmap, but because the logical trajectory of making computing devices smaller and more personal pointed toward the wrist as an obvious destination. They followed the trajectory and drew where it ended up. The smartwatch is one example among many. Let us walk through the rest of them carefully, because the technological predictions form the most extensive category in the show's prophetic record, and they deserve to be understood as a group rather than as isolated coincidences. Video calling is the second major technological prediction, and it is worth spending time on, because the show did not just depict the technology, it depicted the specific emotional and social context in which the technology would eventually be used. The Simpsons depicted video calling in multiple episodes across the 1990s, long before the technology was available to ordinary consumers in any practical form. At the time, video conferencing existed in corporate and military contexts, but it was expensive, technically demanding, and nowhere near the kind of seamless, face-to-face communication the show depicted. What the show showed was video calling as a natural, casual part of daily communication, the way you might use a phone to quickly check in with someone, but with the added dimension of seeing their face. That specific vision of video calling as a mundane tool for personal communication rather than a formal corporate technology was the prediction. FaceTime launched in June 2010. Zoom became a household word in March 2020. But beyond the technology itself, the show was accurate about something subtler. It depicted the specific awkwardness of video calling, the way people behave slightly differently when they know they are visible, the way the frame of a screen changes a conversation, the way you become aware of your own background in a way you never are during a phone call. These social dynamics, which are now deeply familiar to anyone who has spent time on video calls, were embedded in the show's depictions of the technology long before there was a substantial population of people who had actually experienced video calling. The writers imagined not just the tool, but the experience of using the tool, and they got both right. Autocorrect is another one, and this particular prediction has a special quality because of its specificity. The Simpsons depicted a Newton message pad, Apple's early personal digital assistant, released in 1993, making a comical and embarrassing error in translation. In the episode, someone writes a message, and the Newton misinterprets it completely, producing a string of nonsensical text that bears only a superficial resemblance to what was actually written. The joke lands because the Newton's handwriting recognition was genuinely, legendarily poor at its launch, and the episode captures that failure with precision. But what makes this a prediction rather than just timely satire is the way the gag extrapolates forward. The joke is not just about the Newton. The joke is about the fundamental comedy of a device that thinks it is smarter than you, corrects you in ways that make things worse, and then presents its errors with the same confident certainty it would apply to a correct answer. That dynamic of autocorrect producing confident nonsense became the defining comedy of smartphone texting in the 2010s. The Newton message pad was dead by 1998, but the joke lived on because the underlying dynamic the writers had identified was not specific to the Newton. It was specific to the relationship between human intention and algorithmic interpretation, and that relationship only became more prevalent as the years passed. Every person who has accidentally sent a text containing a word that autocorrect substituted without their noticing has experienced the Newton episode in miniature. The Simpsons did not predict autocorrect specifically. It predicted the comedy of machine intelligence confidently misreading human intention, which turned out to be one of the defining minor frustrations of the next 3 decades. Moving from communication technology to something larger, the show's prediction of what we now call streaming, or more broadly, the on-demand delivery of entertainment content directly to personal screens without the mediation of a traditional broadcasting schedule. In the world of 1989, when The Simpsons premiered, the television schedule was an absolute authority. If a show aired on Thursday at 8 o'clock, you watched it on Thursday at 8 o'clock or you did not watch it. VHS tapes existed and could capture broadcasts for later viewing, but this was a cumbersome process and most people did not bother for regular viewing. The idea that you might summon any episode of any show at any time, from any device, from a library of essentially unlimited content, was not just futuristic, it was practically unimaginable in the context of how people actually thought about television. The Simpsons gestured at this future in episodes that depicted characters commanding their entertainment with the kind of specificity and immediacy that only became technically possible decades later. Characters in Springfield treated content as something they could select, pause, rewind, and choose among with a freedom that the actual television audience watching those episodes in the 1990s did not have. The show was depicting a relationship with entertainment media that was qualitatively different from the broadcast model, one where the viewer was in control rather than the network long before the technology existed. To make that relationship real, Netflix began its streaming service in 2007. By 2013, original streaming content was winning Emmy Awards. By 2020, the traditional broadcast schedule that had structured American television viewing for 70 years was in measurable, accelerating decline. The Simpsons had been depicting the post-broadcast world since the Clinton administration. There is also the matter of GPS and location tracking, which the show addressed in ways that were remarkably prescient about both the technology and its implications. In multiple episodes across the late 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted characters being tracked, located, and monitored through technologies that at the time existed in limited military and commercial applications but had not yet entered everyday civilian life. The show treated location tracking as a natural extension of existing surveillance infrastructure rather than a genuinely new capability, which turned out to be exactly the right frame for understanding how GPS navigation and location services eventually integrated themselves into daily life. When GPS navigation became standard in smartphones in the late 2000s, it did not feel like a revolution. It felt like a logical next step, a natural extension of existing maps and directions, just delivered in a new way. The Simpsons had been treating location tracking with that same matter-of-fact familiarity for years before most people had GPS in their pockets. The show understood that the technology would normalize itself, that it would stop feeling like surveillance and start feeling like convenience, and it depicted that normalized future before the technology was widespread enough for the normalization to have occurred. This pattern of depicting not just a technology, but the specific social and psychological context in which that technology would eventually exist is the most interesting thing about The Simpsons' technological predictions. Lots of science fiction writers predicted the smartphone. Very few of them predicted what it would feel like to be a person who has never known a world without one. The Simpsons predicted both, and it did so in the specific context of the American middle class, which turned out to be exactly the demographic that drove the mass adoption of all these technologies in real life. Let us talk about smart home technology, because this is an area where the show was remarkably early and remarkably specific. In a 1999 episode, Homer acquires a house system that automates domestic tasks, responds to voice commands, and manages the household environment lighting, temperature, appliances through a central intelligent controller. The episode plays the technology as a comedy of errors, with the system malfunctioning and creating chaos rather than convenience, but the underlying vision of what a smart home would look like was accurate in its essentials. The technology the show depicted was a version of what Amazon, Alexa, Google Home, and similar systems eventually became: a conversational interface layered on top of connected household devices, making the domestic environment responsive to human instruction in real time. The commercial smart home speaker arrived in 2014 with the Amazon Echo. By 2019, tens of millions of them were in American homes. The Simpsons episode depicting a similar system aired 15 years before the Echo, And the comedy of that episode, the way the home system misunderstands commands, takes instructions too literally, and creates situations its designers had not anticipated, maps remarkably well onto the actual user experience of early smart home technology, which was plagued by exactly these kinds of problems. The show got the technology right, and it got the failure modes right, which suggests that what the writers were predicting was not just the technology, but the human experience of that technology as it actually arrived. There is one more technological prediction worth examining in detail before we move on, and it is perhaps the most philosophically interesting because it touches on something deeper than any specific device or service. In the mid-1990s, The Simpsons began regularly depicting a world in which people's attention was being captured and held by screens in ways that were beginning to change their relationship with physical reality. Homer's relationship with the television was always more than a joke about laziness. It was a portrait of a man whose inner life was increasingly mediated by a glowing rectangle, whose emotional responses were increasingly calibrated to the rhythms and stimulations of broadcast content, whose experience of reality outside the screen had become slightly less vivid, slightly less compelling, slightly less real than the reality inside it. By the 1990s, media theorists were beginning to write about this phenomenon in academic contexts, but it had not yet filtered into mainstream conversation in a serious way. The concern was their parents worried about children watching too much television, educators worried about declining attention spans, but these concerns were expressed in relatively mild terms, and were met with the usual cultural resistance to self-examination. The Simpsons did not moralize about Homer's relationship with the screen. It depicted it. It showed you what it looked like from the inside, what it felt like for the person experiencing it, with a level of specificity and honesty that the concerned editorials of the time never quite managed. And what it showed you was not a person being damaged by television, but a person finding in television something that his actual life was failing to provide: stimulation, comfort, narrative, the sense that things were happening and that they were interesting. That portrait of screen time as a response to the insufficiencies of offline life, rather than simply a cause of them, was remarkably sophisticated for a cartoon in 1995. It anticipated a conversation that the culture would not seriously have until the smartphone era made the question urgent. A conversation about what we are actually looking for when we reach for our devices, and what it says about our offline lives that our devices provide it so much more reliably. The Simpsons was having that conversation 20 years early, in the medium of a cartoon about a nuclear safety inspector eating donuts. That is why the technological predictions matter. They are not just correct. They reveal a quality of observation about technology and human experience that was, and remains, genuinely unusual. Section 3. The political prophecies, power, celebrity, and the direction of democracy. On the 19th of March 2000, an episode of The Simpsons called Bart to the Future aired. In that episode, Bart is given a vision of the future by a Native American casino owner. The future he sees is set 30 years ahead, and it depicts Lisa Simpson as the President of the United States. She has inherited, the episode explains, a financial catastrophe from her predecessor in the Oval Office. That predecessor is identified, in passing, as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election. The Trump prediction is the most famous item in The Simpsons' prophetic catalog, and it has been discussed so widely that it may feel familiar to the point of exhaustion. But it deserves more careful attention than the viral screenshots typically give it, because when you examine it closely, you find that the prediction was not a lucky guess. It was a logical conclusion drawn from publicly available information by writers who were paying close attention to American political culture. Donald Trump had been publicly flirting with presidential ambitions since at least 1987, when he took out full-page advertisements in 3 major newspapers expressing his views on American foreign policy and trade. In 1988, he was approached about running as a potential candidate. In the 1990s, he appeared on The Oprah Winfrey Show and was asked directly whether he would ever run for president, and he gave an answer that was more than rhetorical. By 2000, when the episode aired, Trump had briefly sought the Reform Party's presidential nomination before withdrawing, and his name had been in circulation as a potential candidate for over a decade. The writers of The Simpsons were not plucking Trump's name from thin air. They were watching a man who had spent years cultivating a public image as the embodiment of flamboyant, unapologetic American wealth, and asking the obvious question, Where does a persona like that go in American political culture? The answer they arrived at, that it eventually lands in the Oval Office, was not a prophecy. It was an extrapolation from everything Trump had already done and said and signaled about his ambitions and his relationship with American celebrity politics. But the specificity of the prediction is what makes it haunting. The show did not simply predict that a celebrity businessman might one day become president. It predicted Trump specifically, by name, in a context that depicted a presidency defined by inherited chaos and financial disorder. The detail about Lisa inheriting Trump's fiscal disaster is not a throwaway line. It is a characterization of a Trump administration as one that would leave the country in a worse economic position than it found it, which was the prediction that many Trump critics were making about his potential presidency before he even ran, and which became a central argument of his political opponents throughout his time in office. The show got the name right. It got the characterization right, and it did this 16 years in advance. What does that mean? It means that the writers of The Simpsons understood something about American political culture in 2000 that most political commentators did not fully acknowledge until 2016, that the logic of celebrity, spectacle, and brand identity had been integrating itself into American politics for decades, and that the endpoint of that integration was the possibility of a president who was primarily famous for being famous, whose political identity was inseparable from his entertainment identity, and whose appeal was rooted in the aesthetics of wealth rather than the substance of governance. The show understood this because the show had always understood this. The Simpsons had been depicting American politics as a performance, as a spectacle, as a contest of image and attention rather than substance, since its earliest seasons. Mayor Quimby, Springfield's perpetually corrupt, scandal-plagued mayor, was not just a caricature of a specific political type. He was a portrait of how politics actually worked in a media-saturated culture, where the performance of governing mattered more than the practice of it. The Trump prediction was not a bolt from the blue. It was the logical conclusion of an argument the show had been making about American politics for over a decade before the episode aired. Now, let us look at some of the other political predictions, because they form a consistent pattern that tells us something important about what the Simpsons writers were actually watching. In a 1996 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which a celebrity of enormous cultural influence uses that influence to enter politics, reshape a political movement around their personal brand, and leverage existing institutions in ways those institutions were not designed to accommodate. The celebrity in question was a fictional one, but the dynamics the episode depicted were real and were already visible in American political life in 1996. The show was watching the logic of celebrity culture and political culture colliding and asking where that collision led. It led, among other places, to the presidential campaigns of the early 21st century, where the ability to generate media coverage and command public attention became as important as traditional political infrastructure. It led to the rise of social media as a political tool. It led to a political environment in which a candidate's ability to entertain was explicitly part of their political appeal in ways that previous generations of politicians and voters would have found jarring. The Simpsons depicted all of this before it happened, not because the writers predicted specific events, but because they understood the structural forces that were producing those events. There is a 1998 episode that deserves particular attention in this context, one that depicts a political referendum in Springfield on a question of local governance. The episode shows the campaign around the referendum being conducted entirely through emotional appeals, fear-mongering, and the manipulation of public sentiment through media, with the actual substantive content of the question being essentially irrelevant to the outcome. The side that wins is the side that tells the most compelling story, not the side that makes the most convincing argument. This episode aired during the Clinton impeachment proceedings, which is not a coincidence. The writers were clearly watching those proceedings and distilling what they saw into a fictional Springfield equivalent. But the dynamics the episode depicted were larger than any single political event. They were the dynamics of democratic politics in a media-saturated age, where the quality of the performance determines the outcome more reliably than the quality of the reasoning, where a compelling villain or a compelling hero matters more than a careful analysis of the actual stakes. Those dynamics have only intensified in the years since 1998. The Simpsons was watching them emerge and describing what they looked like in practice, which is why the episode does not feel dated today. If anything, it feels more relevant now than it did when it aired. Let us talk about the specific prediction of a Supreme Court case, because this one is less well known than the Trump prediction but equally striking. In a 2002 episode, the show depicted a dispute that eventually escalated to the Supreme Court of the United States. The dispute involved a question of individual rights versus corporate power, with the corporate power being represented by a familiar-looking wealthy Springfield figure, and the individual rights side being argued by someone with a personal grievance against that corporate power. The episode depicted the court in a way that was surprisingly accurate about the composition and dynamics of the institution at the time, and the legal question at the center of the episode touched on issues that would become central to real Supreme Court jurisprudence in the following decade. The prediction here is not a specific ruling or a specific case. The prediction is the identification of individual rights versus corporate power as the central tension in American constitutional law, the area where the most consequential legal battles would be fought in the early 21st century. Citizens United, which fundamentally altered campaign finance law and the relationship between corporations and political speech, was decided in 2010. The Simpsons was depicting corporate power pressing against democratic institutions and individual rights as the defining legal drama of American life 8 years before Citizens United was decided. There is also the matter of surveillance and government overreach, which the show addressed with a directness that was unusual for American entertainment in the years before Edward Snowden's revelations made surveillance a household concern. Multiple Simpsons episodes across the late 1990s and early 2000s depicted government surveillance of ordinary citizens, the monitoring of communications, the tracking of movements, the collection of personal information by government agencies, in ways that were presented as both comical and deeply sinister. The comedy came from the absurdity of the scale and the incompetence of the execution. The sinister element came from the underlying premise, which was that ordinary people's private communications and activities were being monitored by government agencies without their knowledge or consent, and that this monitoring had become so normalized within those agencies that the people doing it no longer found anything unusual about it. In June 2013, Edward Snowden revealed that the National Security Agency had been conducting exactly this kind of surveillance on a scale that shocked the public and generated an international controversy. The program's Snowden revealed bulk collection of phone metadata, monitoring of internet communications, cooperation with technology companies to access user data were precisely the kind of surveillance The Simpsons had been depicting as both plausible and troubling for 15 years. The show had not predicted the specific Snowden revelations. It had predicted the general shape of a surveillance state that monitored civilian communications at scale, treated privacy as a convenience rather than a right, and operated behind a wall of classification that made public accountability difficult. That prediction was accurate, and it was made at a time when the dominant cultural assumption was that this kind of surveillance was a Cold War relic, something that had characterized the relationship between citizens and governments in authoritarian states, but not in democracies like the United States. The Simpsons disagreed with that assumption. It depicted American surveillance as real, ongoing, and expanding, and it turned out to be right. One more political prediction before we move on, and this one is less about government and more about the media that mediates between government and the public. From the very earliest seasons, The Simpsons depicted a media environment defined by the collapse of the distinction between news and entertainment, a television landscape in which genuine journalism and manufactured spectacle occupied the same channels, were produced by the same organizations, and were consumed by audiences who could not always tell the difference and had begun to stop trying. Kent Brockman, Springfield's television news anchor, is one of the show's most enduring comic creations, and his comedy rests on a specific kind of satirical observation. Brockman is not stupid. He is not malicious. He is a professional who has adapted to the demands of his industry, and the demands of his industry are not primarily for accurate information delivered with appropriate gravity. The demands of his industry are for compelling content that will keep audiences engaged. Brockman delivers that content. He does it well. And the show depicts, with remarkable precision, the specific ways in which optimizing for engagement rather than accuracy changes the product, the breathlessness, the false urgency, the tendency to frame everything as a crisis or a revelation, the way the frame of the story matters more than the content of the story. This portrait of television news was sharp satire in the early 1990s. By the 2010s, it had become essentially documentary. The phenomenon of news as entertainment, of cable news channels organized around the cultivation of emotional response rather than the delivery of information, of the algorithmic newsfeed as a machine for generating outrage, because outrage drives engagement. All of this has played out exactly as the Simpsons satire predicted it would, with the intensity turned up and the nuances stripped away until what remains is a media environment that would be legible, if alarming, to anyone who had watched enough Kent Brockman to understand the logic. The Simpsons predicted the specific degradation of American political media by depicting it at its logical extreme and then watching reality catch up. Section 4. Science and Space. The equations nobody was supposed to know. In 1998, a Simpsons episode contained a brief visual gag in which Homer, during a fantasy sequence, scrawls a mathematical equation on a chalkboard. The equation is visible for a few seconds. Most viewers did not notice it. Most viewers who noticed it did not have the mathematical training to parse it. And most viewers who noticed it and could parse it probably assumed it was a plausible-looking nonsense equation inserted by a writer who wanted the scene to look academic without actually doing the mathematics. But it was not nonsense. The equation that Homer wrote on that chalkboard in 1998 contained a prediction of the mass of the Higgs boson particle. The Higgs boson, sometimes called the God particle in popular science writing, a nickname that physicists tend to find unduly dramatic, is a subatomic particle predicted by theoretical physics as a necessary component of the standard model of particle physics. The particle's existence was theorized, but it had never been experimentally observed. Finding it required a particle accelerator of unprecedented scale, and for decades after the theory was established, the Higgs boson remained the most significant, unconfirmed prediction in particle physics. The Large Hadron Collider at CERN began operations in 2008. On the 4th of July 2012, CERN announced the experimental confirmation of the Higgs boson. The mass of the particle, as measured by the LHC experiments, was approximately 125 giga-electron-volts. The equation in the 1998 Simpsons episode, examined by physicist Simon Singh for a 2013 book on the mathematics in The Simpsons, yielded a prediction of approximately 775 giga-electron-volts, not perfectly accurate, but in the right range for the order of magnitude of the Higgs boson mass, and pointing toward the correct general region of the mass spectrum. Singh established that the equation had been written by David X. Cohen, one of the show's writers, who holds a master's degree in theoretical computer science from the University of California, Berkeley, and who had done the actual mathematics to construct a plausible prediction. This is important. The equation was not a coincidence. Cohen actually did the math. He constructed an equation that genuinely pointed in the direction of the Higgs boson's mass. He was not guessing. He was applying real physics to produce a real prediction, and the prediction turned out to be in the right ballpark 14 years before the experimental confirmation. The Higgs boson is not the only example of real mathematics in The Simpsons. The show has, over its run, embedded genuine mathematical content in dozens of episodes, references to prime numbers, to unsolved problems in mathematics, to abstract algebra, to computational theory. Several of the show's writers have advanced degrees in mathematics, and they have consistently insisted on using real mathematical content rather than plausible-looking approximations. This matters for understanding the technological and scientific predictions because it tells you something about the seriousness with which the show approached the question of the future. This was not a writer's room making casual guesses about where technology was headed. This was a writer's room populated by people who understood the underlying science well enough to do the mathematics, to construct real predictions from real theory, and to embed those predictions in their work with the confidence that they were pointing in the right direction. Let us move from the Higgs boson to space, because The Simpsons' relationship with space exploration and commercial spaceflight is another area where the show demonstrated an accuracy that goes well beyond lucky guessing. In a 1994 episode called Deep Space Homer, Homer Simpson is recruited by NASA to fly on the space shuttle as a civilian, in a NASA program designed to generate public interest in the space program by sending an ordinary person into space. The episode is a comedy. Homer is comically unsuited for astronaut training, and his presence on the shuttle is a disaster in miniature. But the underlying premise contained a prediction that took 20 years to arrive. Commercial space tourism became a reality in the 2000s, with companies like Space Adventures offering flights to the International Space Station for extraordinarily wealthy private citizens. It became more broadly accessible in the 2020s with SpaceX's Crew Dragon program, Virgin Galactic's suborbital flights, and Blue Origin's New Shepard launches. The idea of an ordinary person, not a trained astronaut, not a scientist, but a private individual with sufficient resources or sufficient media appeal going to space was the premise of the 1994 episode. It is now the premise of an entire commercial industry. But the show was predicting something more specific than commercial spaceflight. It was predicting the specific institutional anxiety behind it, the fear within the existing space program that public interest was declining, that the program needed to find new ways to connect with ordinary people, that the era of the astronaut as national hero was fading, and something new needed to take its place. That institutional anxiety was real in 1994, and it drove the decisions that eventually opened space to private participants. The Simpsons had identified the anxiety before the institutions had fully worked out their response to it. The episode also features a sequence in which Homer's trip to space, meant to generate positive publicity for NASA, becomes instead a viral sensation for the wrong reasons. Homer's incompetence creates a crisis that overshadows the original intention and becomes the story, rather than the story NASA wanted to tell. In the mid-1990s, the concept of something going viral in the internet sense did not exist for most people. But the dynamic, the episode depicted of a carefully managed media narrative being overtaken by an uncontrollable human element that generates its own momentum, is precisely the dynamic of viral media culture as it eventually developed. The NASA PR catastrophe in that episode is structured exactly like a viral moment. Something goes wrong in a way that is simultaneously alarming and funny, it generates enormous attention, and the original intention of the event is buried under the spectacle of the failure. The show depicted this in 1994. Social media as we know it did not exist until the mid-2000s. The viral internet did not become a defining feature of everyday cultural life until the 2010s. But the dynamic was already there, already being described with accuracy in an episode about Homer going to space. There is also the matter of the universe itself. In a 1999 episode, Homer proposes a theory about the shape of the universe. He argues, drawing on donuts as his primary visual aid, that the universe might be shaped like a torus, a donut shape, in geometric terms. The episode plays this as a joke. Homer is not a physicist. His reasoning is not rigorous. The scene is primarily about the comedy of Homer stumbling onto a sophisticated cosmological idea while thinking about breakfast food. But in 2001, a team of cosmologists published a paper proposing, based on data from the cosmic microwave background radiation measured by the Boomerang experiment, that the universe might indeed be toroidal, that its overall shape might curve back on itself in a way consistent with a donut-like topology. The paper received serious scientific attention and was covered in mainstream science publications. Homer's donut cosmology had arrived at the same conclusion 2 years earlier. This is, admittedly, a case where the show and the science were probably responding to the same underlying currents in theoretical cosmology. The question of the universe's topology had been an active area of theoretical discussion for years, and the writers had clearly been reading about it. But the timing remains striking. The Simpsons put a toroidal universe in an episode in 1999. The serious scientific literature advanced a toroidal universe in 2001. The show got there first. Let us also look at the show's engagement with genetic science, because this is an area where the predictions are less about specific discoveries and more about the broad shape of where genetic technology was heading. In multiple episodes across the 1990s and early 2000s, The Simpsons depicted scenarios involving genetic modification of organisms, plants, animals, and, in at least one case, humans. The episodes were comedies, and the modifications in question were typically absurdist tomatoes that were enormous and aggressive, animals that were hybridized in ridiculous ways, food products that had been enhanced beyond any reasonable definition of enhancement. But beneath the absurdist comedy, the episodes were asking real questions about the direction of genetic technology, about the relationship between corporate interest and scientific development, about the regulatory frameworks that would need to develop alongside these technologies, and about the public's emotional relationship with food that had been modified at the genetic level. By the 2010s, GMO labeling was one of the most contentious consumer and political issues in the United States and Europe. The debate over genetically modified organisms had become a defining culture war battleground, with corporations like Monsanto at the center of fierce controversy about the relationship between corporate control of the food supply and the health and safety of consumers. The Simpsons had been depicting exactly this controversy: corporate interests, consumer anxiety, regulatory failure, public mistrust for years before it became the heated public debate it eventually became. The show was not predicting specific discoveries in genetic science. It was predicting the social and political context in which those discoveries would be received, the anxieties they would provoke, the arguments they would generate, the corporate dynamics they would reflect. And it turned out to be right about all of that. There is one more scientific prediction worth examining carefully before we move on, and it concerns artificial intelligence specifically, the show's anticipation of what AI would eventually be and how people would relate to it. In episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s, The Simpsons depicted intelligent computer systems that were capable of natural language conversation, could understand and respond to complex human requests, made errors that were consequential and sometimes comic, and had relationships with their human interlocutors that were defined by a specific kind of functional intimacy, the intimacy of something that seems to understand you, that responds to you personally, that learns from interaction with you, while being fundamentally non-human in its nature and limitations. This portrait of AI as interlocutor was remarkably accurate as a prediction of how AI assistants would actually feel to use. The comedy in those episodes came from the AI's failures, from the gap between its apparent understanding and its actual limitations, from the way it could seem sophisticated in one context and completely inadequate in another, from the way people who interacted with it began to project a kind of personality onto it that the system did not actually possess. All of these dynamics are real features of human experience with AI assistants as they actually exist. They are among the most commonly reported aspects of using systems like Siri, Alexa, and ChatGPT. The show was depicting the texture of AI interaction before the technology existed to make that interaction commonplace. And it was accurate about the texture in ways that went deeper than the surface features of the technology. Section 5. The corporate prophecies, mergers, monopolies, and the world that Disney built. In a 1998 episode of The Simpsons, a Fox television executive makes an offhand comment about the company being owned by a global media conglomerate that controls an enormous swath of the entertainment industry. The show has always been self-aware about its relationship with Fox, and this kind of meta-commentary about corporate ownership was a regular feature of the show's humor. But within that self-aware comedy, there was a specific prediction embedded: that the entertainment industry was heading toward a consolidation so extreme that a single corporation could eventually control enough of the media landscape to make the idea of competition essentially notional. In 2019, Disney completed the acquisition of 21st Century Fox, the parent company of Fox Broadcasting, which airs The Simpsons in a deal worth approximately $71 billion. The acquisition gave Disney control of the Fox Film Studio, the Fox Television Library, the FX networks, National Geographic, and a significant portion of Hulu, in addition to everything Disney already owned. The resulting entertainment conglomerate controlled a share of the global entertainment market that was unprecedented in the industry's history. The Simpsons is now, effectively, owned by Disney. The show spent decades joking about Fox's corporate owners. Fox is now itself a subsidiary of the corporation that makes Marvel movies and Star Wars and owns theme parks on 5 continents. The Disney-Fox prediction is perhaps the most structurally interesting item in The Simpsons' prophetic catalog because it was not a single isolated prediction. It was a consistent theme across many episodes over many years. The show repeatedly depicted the entertainment industry as trending toward extreme consolidation, fewer owners controlling more content, corporations growing large enough to become effectively inescapable features of the cultural landscape, the logic of scale and monopoly power gradually squeezing out the diversity of voices and ownership structures that had previously characterized American media. That consistent thematic prediction was accurate. The 21st century entertainment industry is defined by exactly the consolidation the show depicted: Disney, Comcast, Warner Brothers, Discovery, Paramount Global, and Sony dividing a landscape that once accommodated many more independent voices. The streaming wars of the 2010s and 2020s were not a disruption of consolidation, but an acceleration of it, as each major corporation built its own platform and competed for the subscriber base that had previously been shared across cable packages. The show understood the direction because the direction was already visible in the economics of entertainment in the 1990s. The logic of intellectual property of owning franchises that could be monetized across platforms, across merchandise, across theme parks and television shows and sequels and prequels and reboots was already the dominant logic of the entertainment industry when The Simpsons was making jokes about it. The show extrapolated from that logic and described its endpoint, which turned out to be Disney. Let us also look at the show's prediction of Amazon, or more precisely, the show's prediction of the kind of company Amazon would become. In various episodes across the late 1990s and early 2000s, The Simpsons depicted catalog ordering services evolving into something that could deliver essentially any product directly to a consumer's home, rapidly, reliably, and with a user interface so smooth that the friction of traditional retail would seem, in retrospect, absurd. The show was not depicting Amazon specifically. The company existed in these years but had not yet become the retail behemoth it would eventually become. But it was depicting the dynamic that Amazon would eventually embody: the removal of physical retail as a necessary intermediary between consumer desire and product delivery. Amazon's retail business grew steadily through the 2000s and exploded in the 2010s. Prime membership, introduced in 2005, fundamentally changed consumer expectations around delivery time. By the early 2020s, the expectation of next-day or same-day delivery for a vast range of products had become normal for a substantial portion of the American consumer market, and traditional brick-and-mortar retail was in a state of crisis that would have been difficult to imagine at the beginning of the millennium. The Simpsons had been depicting the endpoint of that trajectory, a world where you stay home, order what you want, and have it arrive as both desirable and slightly absurd, depending on the episode. The desirability part was accurate. The slight absurdity was, if anything, understated. The show also predicted, with striking accuracy, the specific corporate culture that would define Silicon Valley and the tech industry as it rose to become one of the dominant economic forces of the early 21st century. In several episodes, the show depicted young, casually dressed, enormously wealthy entrepreneurs who had built their fortunes by creating products that seemed simple, but were actually built on complex technical infrastructure, who had an unusual relationship with traditional corporate hierarchy, who valued the appearance of informality and counterculture while operating within intensely competitive and often ruthless business environments, and who spoke about their products in an explicitly utopian register as world-changing, as civilization improving, as genuinely altruistic, while their actual motivations were primarily economic. This portrait of the tech entrepreneur is now so familiar that it has become a cultural cliché, but in the mid-1990s, when The Simpsons first began depicting it, the Silicon Valley culture that would produce figures like Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg was still taking shape. The show was watching the culture form and describing its character, the casual dress concealing enormous ambition, the utopian language concealing competitive ruthlessness, the image of the revolutionary disguising the logic of the monopolist before the most famous examples of that character had made themselves publicly known. When Apple launched the iPod in 2001 and the iPhone in 2007, and when Zuckerberg appeared in the public consciousness in the mid-2000s as the archetype of the young tech founder, and when Bezos built his empire and Musk cultivated his public persona, the portrait The Simpsons had been painting of this type finally had its subjects. And the portrait was accurate. There is also the specific matter of corporate surveillance of consumer behavior, which the show addressed with a directness that most of the entertainment industry avoided for a long time. In episodes from the late 1990s, The Simpsons depicted corporations collecting detailed behavioral data on consumers, tracking what they bought, when they bought it, what they looked at before they bought it, and what they did with it after, and using that data to target them with increasing specificity. The comedy in these episodes came from the absurdity of how much the corporations knew, from the gap between what consumers assumed was private and what had actually been cataloged and analyzed. By the 2010s, this was not comedy. It was the business model of essentially every major consumer-facing tech company on the planet. Facebook's advertising platform, Google's search advertising, Amazon's product recommendations, all of these were built on exactly the kind of granular behavioral surveillance that The Simpsons was depicting as absurd in the late 1990s. The data collection had become so sophisticated and so pervasive that researchers began publishing serious academic work on its implications for privacy, autonomy, and democratic governance. The Simpsons had been treating it as a punchline for 15 years before anyone took it seriously. This is a pattern worth naming explicitly. The show repeatedly depicted dynamics that were genuinely present in American corporate life in the 1990s, but had not yet scaled to the point where they were impossible to ignore. The show saw them early, when they were still small enough to be funny, and depicted them with enough accuracy that when they scaled up and stopped being funny, the old episodes felt less like comedy and more like warnings that nobody had taken seriously. The consolidation of the airline industry is another example of this pattern. The Simpsons depicted air travel as a system designed primarily to generate revenue rather than to serve passengers, with customer comfort and experience being secondary considerations that would be cheerfully sacrificed whenever they conflicted with the imperative to cut costs and increase profit margins. The comedy of those episodes rested on the specific indignities that the logic of cost-cutting would produce: the shrinking legroom, the disappearing amenities, the fees for things that had once been included, the customer service that had been systematically degraded to the point of being a formal structure with no actual service behind it. All of this happened. The deregulation of the airline industry in the United States had begun in 1978, and its effects played out across the following decades in exactly the direction The Simpsons was predicting: steadily shrinking seats, steadily multiplying fees, steadily declining service quality, and steadily increasing hostility toward the customer as anything other than a revenue source. The show had the direction right. The specific details it depicted as comedy, the fees, the indignities, the structural contempt for the passenger experience became, one by one, the defining features of American air travel. Section 6. Health, Pandemics, and the Biology of the Future. In 1993, a Simpsons episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Japan that spread through Springfield, causing widespread illness, overwhelming the local healthcare system, and prompting a response from the town that was characterized by a mixture of panic, denial, misinformation, and eventually a desperate search for some kind of intervention that would make the problem go away. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. This is the pandemic prediction, and it is simultaneously the most dramatic item in The Simpsons' prophetic catalog, and the one that requires the most careful contextualization, because the accuracy here is structural rather than specific. The show did not predict the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It did not predict the specific timeline or geography of the 2020 pandemic. It did not predict the specific policy responses, the vaccine development timeline, or the particular political conflicts that would define the public response to COVID-19 in the United States and globally. What it predicted was the shape of a pandemic in a modern, interconnected society, the way a respiratory illness could spread rapidly through a population that was accustomed to moving freely across great distances, the way the healthcare system would be overwhelmed by a sudden surge in demand, the way public information would fragment between official channels and informal networks producing contradictory guidance, the way the psychological experience of a pandemic would divide into phases of alarm, exhaustion, false hope, and grinding adaptation. All of these structural elements were present in the 1993 episode. They were also present in the 2020 pandemic experience. But the episode's most specific and striking detail was this: during the Springfield flu epidemic, residents engaged in panic buying, stripping stores of supplies that they would need to ride out the illness. The episode depicted scenes of empty store shelves and anxious residents hoarding goods. And during the same episode, the town accidentally released a swarm of killer bees, a detail that felt like absurdist background noise in 1993, but became oddly prescient in March 2020, when reports of Asian giant hornets dubbed murder hornets by American media began circulating alongside news of the COVID-19 outbreak. The combination of pandemic and murder hornets in the same news cycle, in the same spring, was one of those moments where The Simpsons' relationship with reality seemed to tip from coincidence into something that required a different kind of explanation. The two things appearing together in a 1993 episode and then reappearing together in the spring of 2020 was the kind of specific, combined coincidence that the single event predictions never quite produce. The usual debunking framework, large sample size, confirmation bias, extrapolation from existing trends applies here as it applies to all of the predictions. The writers were working from an awareness of pandemic history and the specific dynamics of respiratory illness transmission that was informed by real epidemiology. The killer bees were an existing concern in 1993 as populations of Africanized honeybees were expanding northward through the Americas and generating genuine entomological and agricultural anxiety. The combination in the episode was not random. The writers were drawing on real concerns. But the combination reappearing in 2020 remains striking, and it opens a broader question about the show's relationship with health and medicine that deserves careful attention. The Simpsons has consistently depicted the American healthcare system as a structure built around the economics of healthcare delivery rather than the delivery of health, a system in which the financial logic of the institution consistently overrides the medical logic, in which cost is an explicit and primary consideration in treatment decisions, in which the patient's ability to pay shapes their care in ways that are both systematic and systematic in their effects. This was satire in the 1990s. By the 2010s, it was one of the central facts of American political life. The debates over the Affordable Care Act, over single-payer insurance, over pharmaceutical pricing, over the bankruptcy-inducing cost of major medical episodes for uninsured and underinsured Americans, all of these debates were rooted in exactly the dynamics The Simpsons had been depicting for decades. The show was watching the healthcare system function in the 1990s and describing what happened when the financial logic was allowed to consistently override the medical logic, and what it described was the American healthcare crisis as it eventually materialized. The show also predicted, with uncomfortable precision, the specific emotional dynamics of the opioid crisis, though it did so well before the crisis had taken on its most devastating dimensions. In episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s, The Simpsons depicted scenarios involving the overprescription of medications by doctors who either did not understand the addiction risk they were creating or were operating within financial incentives that made overprescription rational from a business perspective. The episodes depicted the pharmaceutical industry as an entity with interests that were not always aligned with patient health, that was capable of deploying marketing and lobbying resources to shape prescribing practices in ways that served its revenue objectives rather than its patients' well-being. These episodes were not predicting the opioid crisis specifically, but they were describing the structural conditions that produced the opioid crisis, the financial incentives for overprescription, the pharmaceutical industry's influence over prescribing practices, the gap between the interests of the institutions involved in healthcare delivery and the interests of the patients those institutions were nominally serving. The opioid crisis that devastated American communities in the 2000s, 2010s, and 2020s was the product of exactly those structural conditions being pushed to their extreme conclusions, with Purdue Pharma's aggressive marketing of OxyContin being the specific mechanism through which the structural failure became a catastrophe. The Simpsons was watching those structural conditions develop and describing where they would lead. It turned out to no. Let us also talk about mental health, because the show's treatment of mental health and the American mental health system is another area where its satire was remarkably prescient. From the mid-1990s onward, The Simpsons depicted mental health care in America as a system that was simultaneously stigmatized and unavailable, a resource that people needed but could not access, either because the social stigma around seeking mental health treatment made it feel like an admission of failure, or because the actual availability of mental health services was severely limited relative to need, or both. The show depicted the specific way that financial barriers, insurance limitations, and the physical shortage of mental health providers combined to make the formal mental health system inaccessible to the majority of people who needed it. By the 2010s, this had become a national crisis that was being discussed explicitly in those terms. A mental health crisis defined by the mismatch between the scale of the need and the capacity of the system to meet it. The COVID-19 pandemic dramatically worsened the situation, producing a wave of anxiety, depression, and trauma-related conditions at a scale that overwhelmed a system that was already strained. But the underlying conditions the show had identified, stigma, cost, availability, were real, long before the pandemic made them impossible to ignore. The show's treatment of mental health is also notable for its unusual willingness to depict the interior experience of mental health conditions with a degree of specificity and accuracy that was rare for entertainment of its era. Homer's depression, Marge's anxiety, Lisa's existential isolation. These were depicted not as plot devices but as persistent, textured features of characters' interior lives, conditions that shaped how they moved through the world without defining them completely or resolving neatly. This approach to depicting mental health predated the significant cultural shift in how American entertainment handles these topics that occurred in the 2010s. The Simpsons was depicting complex, realistic mental health conditions in a primetime comedy decades before it was considered appropriate or even possible to do so. And it was doing so with a sensitivity and accuracy that holds up by the standards of the more self-consciously progressive depictions that followed. There is also the specific matter of food safety and the relationship between industrial food production and public health, which the show addressed in ways that were considerably ahead of the public conversation. In a 1994 episode, the show depicted a meat processing facility in which the conditions were so far below any reasonable hygiene standard that the products being produced represented a genuine public health hazard. The episode was a comedy. The specific details were exaggerated for comedic effect, but the underlying concern was real and was being taken seriously by food safety advocates at the time. The show was drawing on a genuine tradition of journalism and activism around industrial food production and presenting its findings in the compressed, accessible form of a cartoon. The following decade saw a series of real-world food safety scandals involving contaminated meat products that had passed through regulatory inspection without the contamination being detected. The E. coli outbreaks of the 1990s and 2000s, the revelations about mechanically separated meat and the specific industrial processes used to produce inexpensive beef products, the ongoing debates about the inspection of meat processing facilities, all of these were consistent with the picture The Simpsons had drawn in 1994. The show was not predicting specific food safety scandals. It was predicting the general condition of an industry that was optimizing for cost efficiency at the expense of safety standards, and in which regulatory capture had allowed the industry's own interests to shape the oversight meant to constrain it. That general condition produced specific scandals throughout the following decades in exactly the ways the show had suggested it would. Section 7. Sports, Entertainment, and the Architecture of Celebrity. There is an episode of The Simpsons from 1996 in which Homer becomes deeply invested in a sport that is explicitly presented as the future of entertainment, faster than traditional sports, more spectacular, more immediately gratifying, designed for an audience with shorter attention spans and a higher tolerance for sensory stimulation. The episode plays with the idea of a sports product engineered for maximum entertainment value rather than growing organically from athletic competition, and it depicts the audience's immediate and enthusiastic adoption of this engineered spectacle. The specific sport in the episode does not map onto any real sport, but the dynamic it depicts sports and entertainment converging into a single product optimized for engagement rather than growing from tradition and genuine athletic competition has characterized the sports media landscape of the 21st century with remarkable accuracy. The introduction of rule changes across major sports to increase scoring and reduce downtime, the development of fantasy sports as a parallel engagement layer, the explosion of sports betting as an officially sanctioned feature of the sports viewing experience, the design of broadcast packages around second-screen engagement, and real-time statistical overlays, all of these represent the sports industry moving in exactly the direction The Simpsons was depicting. The show understood that sports was fundamentally an entertainment product, and that the logic of entertainment would eventually reshape the sports themselves, not just the way they were broadcast. That understanding turned out to be correct, and the process of reshaping has accelerated in the decades since the episode aired. The Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra prediction is worth examining in detail, because this is one of the most specific and strangest items in the entire catalog. In a 1996 episode called Homerpalooza, Homer attends a music festival styled after Lollapalooza, the touring alternative rock festival that was at the peak of its cultural relevance in the mid-1990s. Among the acts performing at the fictional festival is Cypress Hill, the Los Angeles hip-hop group, who are depicted arriving with the London Symphony Orchestra in tow, having mistakenly booked the orchestra instead of some other musical accompaniment. The joke is presented as an absurd consequence of the band's intoxicated state and the resulting miscommunication. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall in London. 28 years separated the joke from the reality, and the reality was not a vague thematic echo of the joke, it was the specific thing the joke depicted. The same musical group, the same orchestra, a real collaboration between hip-hop and orchestral music. The show wrote a joke about something happening. The thing happened. Now, it is worth noting that collaborations between hip-hop artists and orchestras have become a recognizable cultural format in the intervening years. There is a lineage of such collaborations that runs through the 21st century, and a Cypress Hill Orchestra collaboration was perhaps less surprising in 2024 than it would have been in 1996. But none of that changes the fact that the show wrote this specific joke about this specific group in 1996, and the specific thing happened in 2024. The Siegfried and Roy prediction is another one of those moments where the specificity crosses a threshold that statistical probability struggles to explain comfortably. In a 1993 episode, the show depicted a Las Vegas performance act featuring two performers who worked with large exotic cats. During the episode, one of the white tigers attacks one of the performers on stage. The episode played the incident as a comedic moment within a larger Las Vegas-themed story. In October 2003, Roy Horn of Siegfried and Roy was critically injured when one of the act's white tigers attacked him during a live performance at the Mirage Hotel in Las Vegas. Horn survived but suffered severe injuries that effectively ended the act. The prediction matched in its specifics. Las Vegas, an act featuring white tigers, an attack by one of the tigers on one of the performers. The show had depicted this scenario a decade before it occurred in reality. The debunking here is more difficult than in most other cases. The writers were not extrapolating from an obvious trend. There was no broadly visible trajectory of increasing tiger aggression at Las Vegas, shows that a careful observer might have followed to its logical conclusion. The Siegfried and Roy act was famous, and the animals involved were large and powerful, but the general cultural understanding in 1993 was that the act was safe and that the performers were in control of their animals. The standard explanation, large sample size, confirmation bias applies here as it applies everywhere. The Simpsons had produced many episodes containing many jokes, and some of those jokes would eventually be matched by real events through sheer statistical probability. But this particular match, with its specific combination of setting, performers, animals, and incident type, sits at the edge of what confirmation bias alone explains comfortably. It is worth moving from the predictions that are difficult to explain to the ones that are easy to explain but no less interesting for being easy, because the easily explained predictions often reveal more about the show's observational intelligence than the inexplicable ones. The prediction of reality television is a perfect example of this. The Simpsons began depicting reality television formats in the early 1990s, well before the genre as we now know it had fully established itself. The show depicted programs in which ordinary people were placed in manufactured situations and filmed responding to those situations, with the footage edited for dramatic and comedic effect and broadcast to mass audiences who found the combination of authenticity and spectacle irresistible. Survivor premiered in 2000. Big Brother premiered in 2000. American Idol premiered in 2002. The Bachelor premiered in 2002. These were the anchor shows of what became the defining television genre of the early 21st century, and The Simpsons had been depicting it for nearly a decade before any of them launched. But the show was not just predicting the genre's existence. It was predicting its specific psychological appeal, the way audiences became invested in the social dynamics of strangers in manufactured situations, the way the editing created narrative arcs that felt emotionally satisfying in ways that scripted fiction sometimes failed to achieve, the way the knowledge that the people on screen were real made their expressions of feeling land differently than the expressions of professional actors. The show understood what would make reality television compelling before the genre had proven that it could be compelling on the scale it eventually achieved. The show also predicted the specific pathologies of celebrity culture in the age of media saturation, the acceleration of celebrity life cycles, the way fame could now be created and destroyed faster than in previous eras, the way the machinery of celebrity production had become visible enough that audiences could participate in critiquing it even while they participated in consuming it. This portrait of celebrity culture was accurate about the specific texture of what celebrity would look like in the smartphone era. The acceleration the show depicted of celebrities rising fast and falling faster, of the public simultaneously worshipping and tearing down the objects of their attention, of fame being a resource that depleted rapidly under the heat of constant scrutiny, is the defining feature of celebrity culture in the age of social media. The Simpsons had been depicting it before Twitter existed, before Instagram existed, before the specific mechanisms that would drive that acceleration were in place. Let us also look at the prediction of the specific form that sports gambling would take in the 21st century. In a 1992 episode, Homer becomes involved in college football gambling in a way that depicted with unusual precision the social infrastructure around sports betting, the way betting lines were discussed, the way emotional investment in a team was deepened and complicated by financial stakes, the specific psychological experience of watching a game when money was riding on the outcome. This was not the glamorized world of casino gambling. It was the specific, mundane, slightly furtive experience of the kind of informal sports betting that had been widespread in American social life for decades, but had existed in a legal gray area for most of that time. Sports gambling was legalized in the United States by a Supreme Court ruling in May 2018 that struck down the federal law that had prohibited most sports betting outside Nevada. Since then, legal sports betting has expanded rapidly across the country, becoming a multi-billion-dollar industry and integrating itself into the official sports media landscape in ways that would have been inconceivable even a few years earlier. Every major sports broadcast now features odds and betting lines as regular parts of the presentation. Sports betting apps are advertised in prime time. The informal, slightly furtive culture The Simpsons depicted in 1992 has been formalized, legalized, branded, and integrated into the mainstream sports experience. The show depicted the underlying culture accurately in 1992, and the trajectory of that culture's evolution was exactly what the show would have predicted, if it had been in the business of making predictions rather than jokes. Section 8. Economic and Social Predictions Automation, Inequality, and the Future of Work. Homer Simpson has worked at the same nuclear power plant for 36 years. He has held his position as a safety inspector despite being, by the show's own accounting, extraordinarily bad at it. He has survived layoffs, restructurings, near disasters, and the periodic arrival of more qualified candidates for his position. He has clung to his job with the desperation of a man who understands, at some level, that his job is the economic foundation of everything. He has his house, his family, his beer, his television, his entire way of life, and that losing it would unravel all of it at once. This is a comedic premise. It is also a remarkably accurate portrait of the economic anxiety of the American working class from the 1980s through the present. The show's economic predictions are not as flashy as the technology predictions, or as dramatic as the political ones, but they may be the most accurate of all, because they are predictions about the lived experience of ordinary people rather than about specific events or developments, and lived experience is harder to get right through luck than specific events. The Simpsons depicted the specific economic precarity of the middle class, the sense of being one bad event away from disaster, the awareness that the lifestyle one had built was maintained by a paycheck that could disappear at any time, the way this precarity shaped everyday decisions and everyday psychology with a precision that most mainstream entertainment avoided. In the 1990s, the dominant American cultural narrative was one of prosperity, upward mobility, and expanding opportunity. The stock market was booming, unemployment was low, the internet was generating enormous new wealth. The official story was that America was doing well and would continue to do well. The Simpsons depicted a different reality alongside this official story, a reality in which the middle class was working harder than previous generations for less security, in which the assets that had once provided middle-class stability, the pension, the union wage, the stable job at the same company for life were eroding, in which Homer's position at the plant felt increasingly fragile even as the surface markers of his lifestyle, the house, the car, the occasional vacation remained intact. That erosion, which the show was depicting with satirical accuracy throughout the 1990s, boom became impossible to deny in the 2000s, when the collapse of defined benefit pensions, the decline of union density, the financialization of the economy, and the offshoring of manufacturing jobs produced a genuine, measurable deterioration in the economic position of the American working and middle classes. The 2008 financial crisis was the moment when the erosion became visible at the surface. But the process had been underway for decades, and The Simpsons had been watching it happen. The show's prediction of automation is particularly interesting in the light of subsequent events. In multiple episodes, the show depicted scenarios in which Homer's job at the plant was threatened or replaced by automated systems machines that could do his work more reliably and more cheaply, implemented by management that saw automation as an opportunity to reduce labor costs and increase profits. The episodes played this as comedy, but the underlying dynamic was not comic. It was the dynamic of industrial automation that has transformed the manufacturing sector of the American economy since the 1980s and shows no signs of slowing. By the 2010s, the displacement of workers by automation had become one of the central concerns of economic policy and academic economics, with serious researchers debating the pace of automation, the breadth of the jobs at risk, and the adequacy of existing social safety nets to absorb the displacement. The Simpsons had been depicting automation as an ongoing feature of working-class economic life for decades before it became a topic of serious policy concern. The show was not ahead of the academics and economists who had been writing about automation since at least the 1980s, but it was ahead of the mainstream cultural conversation, which had been slow to confront the real dimensions of the problem. There is also the specific matter of the gig economy, which the show anticipated in ways that are striking given how recently the phenomenon came to define the labor market for a substantial portion of the workforce. In multiple episodes, Homer takes on a series of unrelated, temporary, often informal jobs, not as a consequence of unusual circumstances, but as a routine feature of economic life. He drives a taxi, works as a bartender, performs various services for pay, cycles through employers in a way that is presented as both comic and perfectly ordinary. The show depicted the underlying structure of what would eventually be called the gig economy work, that is episodic rather than continuous, defined by individual transactions rather than ongoing employment relationships, characterized by flexibility that exists primarily for the employer rather than the employee, as a natural feature of the economic landscape rather than an aberration. Uber launched in 2009. TaskRabbit launched in 2008. The gig economy as a self-described phenomenon entered the mainstream economic conversation in the early 2010s. But The Simpsons had been depicting the gig economy experience, the episodic work, the absence of benefits, the dependence on being hired for the next job, rather than guaranteed the next paycheck as a feature of ordinary working life for its entire run. Homer had been a gig worker, in everything but name, since 1989. The show's treatment of income inequality is perhaps its most consistent long-term economic theme, and it connects directly to the character of Mr. Burns in ways that make it among the most explicitly political content in the show's history. Burns is not just a comic villain. He is a systematic depiction of the logic of extreme wealth in a democratic society, the way enormous concentrations of capital translate into political influence, the way that political influence shapes the regulatory environment in ways that protect the capital, the way the resulting system becomes self-reinforcing in ways that make the concentration of wealth self-perpetuating across generations. Burns has been rich since before anyone now alive was born. His wealth predates the regulatory structures that were nominally built to constrain it, and he has used that wealth to shape those regulatory structures to his advantage, producing a situation in which the structures that were meant to limit him have become, in practice, structures that protect him. This is not an abstract theory. It is the specific argument that economists and political scientists have been making about the American political economy since at least the 1970s, in work by figures like Joseph Stiglitz, Thomas Piketty, and many others. The argument is that the American tax and regulatory system, which was briefly oriented toward reducing inequality in the mid-20th century, has been progressively reformed since the 1970s in ways that serve the interests of capital over labor, that protect existing wealth while making new wealth formation more difficult for those without initial resources, and that have produced a sustained, measurable increase in income and wealth inequality over the past 50 years. The Simpsons has been making this argument visually, through the character of Burns and his relationship with Springfield and with Homer, since 1989. The show was not ahead of the academic literature, but it was translating that literature into popular entertainment decades before wealth inequality became a mainstream political issue. By the time Occupy Wall Street made the 1% a household phrase in 2011, The Simpsons had been depicting the dynamics of extreme wealth concentration and its effects on democratic life for 22 years. Let us also look at the housing crisis. Because the show's treatment of the American housing market and the specific anxieties of homeownership in the late 20th and early 21st centuries is another area where the satire turned out to be structurally accurate. The Simpsons family home on Evergreen Terrace is one of the show's most important characters. It is the constant around which the family's chaotic lives organize themselves, the physical embodiment of what Homer's job at the plant makes possible, the thing that stands between the family and a kind of precarity that is never explicitly discussed but always implicitly present. The house is maintained with anxious care. Its value is tracked. Its upkeep is a source of constant low-level financial stress. The mortgage is a recurring presence in conversations about money. This depiction of the American home as simultaneously a source of stability and a source of financial anxiety was accurate to the experience of millions of middle-class homeowners in the 1990s and 2000s. And when the housing bubble collapsed in 2008, producing the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression and leaving millions of homeowners underwater on mortgages that exceeded the value of their homes, The Simpsons' portrait of homeownership as a fragile, anxiety-laden form of financial security rather than a reliable path to wealth accumulation turned out to be more accurate than the official cultural narrative about homeownership that had been dominant since the mid-20th century. The show had been depicting the specific vulnerabilities of the middle-class American dream of homeownership as debt rather than asset, of the mortgage as a mechanism of financial fragility rather than financial security for decades before 2008 made those vulnerabilities impossible to ignore. There is one more economic prediction worth examining in detail, and it concerns the gig economy's relationship with the independent contractor designation that became one of the most contentious labor policy questions of the 2010s. In multiple episodes, Homer performs work for pay without being classified as an employee, without benefits, without the legal protections of employment law, without a stable relationship with an employer that would create obligations on either side. The show depicted this as a natural feature of economic life, not as an unusual or problematic arrangement. It depicted the specific way that the classification of workers as independent contractors, rather than employees, shifted economic risk onto the workers and economic benefit onto the enterprises that use their labor, and it depicted this shift as systematic and ongoing, rather than occasional or exceptional. The specific battle over whether gig economy workers like Uber drivers and DoorDash couriers should be classified as employees or independent contractors became one of the defining labor policy conflicts of the 2010s, culminating in California's Proposition 22 in 2020 and similar legislative battles in states and countries around the world. The Simpsons had been depicting the underlying dynamic, the economic logic of misclassification, the benefits to enterprises, and the cost to workers for years, before the gig economy gave that dynamic its most visible contemporary form. Section 9. International and Geopolitical Predictions. The World Outside Springfield. Springfield exists in a kind of geographic impossibility, as we have established. It borders Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, depending on the episode. It has access to mountains and oceans and deserts. It is every American town and no specific American town. But despite this deliberate geographic indeterminacy, The Simpsons has consistently engaged with the world beyond Springfield's borders, with international politics, with the dynamics of American foreign policy, with the specific texture of life in other countries, and with the systemic forces that shape the relationship between the United States and the rest of the world. And some of the show's most interesting and overlooked predictions concern not American domestic life, but the global stage. The show's treatment of horse meat is a perfect example of a specific international prediction. In a 1994 episode, the school lunch program at Springfield Elementary is revealed to be serving an unidentified meat product that turns out to be horse meat, a revelation that causes outrage among the parents and students of Springfield, while the institutional figures responsible for the school lunch program attempt to manage the controversy with a mixture of denial and spin. In 2013, the horse meat scandal swept across Europe. Testing revealed that products sold as beef in the United Kingdom, Ireland, and multiple other European countries contained significant quantities of horse DNA. In some cases, the products were almost entirely horse meat rather than beef. The scandal affected multiple major supermarket chains and processed food brands, triggered a European-wide investigation into food labeling and supply chain transparency, and generated exactly the combination of public outrage and institutional spin management that The Simpsons episode had depicted 19 years earlier. The show was not predicting the specific 2013 European horsemeat scandal. It was depicting the general possibility of large-scale food fraud in industrial supply chains, and the specific character of the institutional response to that fraud when it was exposed: the denial, the minimization, the suggestion that the public was overreacting. The actual scandal followed the exact template the show had laid out in 1994. The show's treatment of Greece and its relationship with European economic institutions is another international prediction worth examining, though this one requires a slightly broader framing. In multiple episodes across the 2000s, the show depicted scenarios involving a smaller community that had borrowed beyond its means, was struggling to meet its financial obligations to larger and more powerful creditors, was subject to external pressure to adopt austerity measures that would impose significant costs on ordinary residents, and was navigating the political and social tensions produced by that situation. The specific community in these episodes was Springfield, not Greece, and the creditors were fictional. But the dynamic of a smaller, weaker entity caught in a debt relationship with larger, more powerful creditors, unable to meet its obligations and subjected to external conditions that constrained its political choices, was precisely the dynamic of the Greek debt crisis that became a defining European and global economic story from 2010 through the mid-2010s. The Simpsons was depicting the power dynamics and the human costs of debt crises in a form that proved applicable, in its structural elements, to one of the most significant economic stories of the following decade. The show's treatment of North Korea is interesting precisely because the prediction here is about what would not change. In multiple episodes, the show depicted a small, isolated, autocratic state defined by extreme personality cult, by the radical isolation of its population from outside information, by the spectacularly theatrical nature of its political performances, and by the enormous gap between the official narrative about the country's greatness and the material reality of its residents' lives. This is clearly a portrait of North Korea, barely fictionalized. What makes it a prediction is the element of persistence. The show depicted this state as fundamentally unchanging, in a way that challenged assumptions that were widely held in the West in the 1990s. At that time, many Western observers assumed that the extreme isolation of North Korea could not be sustained, that the information available in the post-Cold War world would eventually find its way through the country's walls, that the regime was not stable and would eventually be forced to liberalize. The Simpsons depicted a system that was internally self-sustaining and capable of persisting indefinitely, that used the mechanisms of isolation and personality cult to insulate itself from the pressures that were transforming other authoritarian states. That turned out to be an accurate portrait. North Korea's regime has not only persisted, but has developed nuclear weapons and maintained its basic character across 3 generations of the Kim family's leadership. The show's implicit prediction that this kind of system could sustain itself against all apparent odds turned out to be correct. There is also the specific matter of corporate outsourcing and the hollowing out of American manufacturing, which the show addressed with a directness that the political culture of the 1990s was still reluctant to engage. In multiple episodes, the show depicted American corporations moving production overseas to take advantage of lower labor costs, leaving the communities that had built their economic lives around those facilities without an alternative economic base. The show depicted this as a rational corporate decision that was simultaneously a catastrophe for the workers and communities involved, and it depicted the political system as incapable of addressing the problem, because the same corporate interests that were making the outsourcing decisions were also shaping the political environment in ways that made intervention difficult. This is the story of the American Rust Belt, which became one of the defining political narratives of the late 2010s. The deindustrialization of communities in the Midwest and Northeast that had been built around manufacturing steel, automobiles, textiles, consumer electronics was a process that began in the 1970s and accelerated in the 1990s as trade agreements opened new markets for offshore production. The Simpsons was depicting its dynamics and its human costs in the 1990s, when the process was underway but had not yet produced the full political backlash that would eventually reshape American politics in the 2010s. The The China prediction is worth examining carefully, because the show was remarkably early in its identification of China as the defining geopolitical story of the 21st century. In episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s, The Simpsons depicted China as an economic and political force that was growing in ways that would eventually challenge American primacy in the global order. The show was not doing this in the specific, technical terms that foreign policy analysts use. It was doing it in the broader cultural terms that a primetime comedy uses, in terms of manufacturing dominance, in terms of economic relationships, in terms of the specific anxieties that American workers and communities were beginning to express about competition from Chinese manufacturing. But the underlying prediction was that China's rise would be one of the defining stories of the coming decades, that it would reshape global economics in ways that Americans would feel in their everyday lives, and that the political and cultural response to that reshaping would be significant and contentious. By the 2010s and 2020s, this was simply the baseline of international relations. The US-China relationship was the central axis of global geopolitics. Trade relations between the two countries were a dominant political issue, and the anxiety about Chinese economic competition that the show had been depicting in the late 1990s had become a major driver of American domestic politics. The show was not predicting the specific events, the trade wars, the technology decoupling, the COVID-19 pandemic's role in intensifying US-China tensions. It was predicting the general shape of a world in which China was a central power, whose relationship with the United States would define the era, and that prediction was accurate. Let us also look at the prediction of the Arab Spring, or more precisely, the prediction of the general dynamic that the Arab Spring represented. In multiple episodes from the 2000s, The Simpsons depicted scenarios in which populations that had long endured authoritarian governance and systematic political repression were pushed toward collective action by a combination of economic grievance, information access, and the sudden availability of communication tools that allowed people to organize in ways that the existing power structures could not easily suppress. The specific episodes depicted this in domestic American contexts, but the structural dynamic they described of a population reaching a tipping point at which the existing arrangement of power became unsustainable was the dynamic that produced the Arab Spring in 2010 and 2011. The Arab Spring was shaped by a specific combination of factors: long-standing authoritarian rule, growing economic frustration among young people who could not access the opportunities they believed they deserved, and the availability of social media tools, particularly Facebook and Twitter, that allowed people to organize and coordinate in ways that had not previously been possible. The Simpsons had been depicting the general structure of that combination, grievance plus communication tool equals collective action, before social media existed in a form that could serve as the communication tool in question. The show understood that the combination of political grievance and information technology would eventually produce political instability in systems that had relied on the difficulty of coordination to sustain authoritarian control. It got the structural dynamics right before the specific events that would illustrate them most dramatically had occurred. Section 10. The deepest layer: why The Simpsons keeps being right, and what it says about us. We have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We have walked through the technological predictions and the political predictions, the corporate predictions and the scientific ones, the health predictions and the economic ones, the sports predictions and the international ones. We have examined each one carefully, given each its context, understood each in terms of the specific intelligence and the specific observational habits that produced it. And now, having done all of that, it is time to try to say something about what all of it adds up to. Because the predictions are not just a list, they are a pattern. And the pattern tells us something important about The Simpsons as a cultural artifact, about the nature of prediction itself, about the relationship between entertainment and reality, and ultimately about the world that we all live in, and that the show has been quietly describing for 36 years. Let us start with the most obvious thing, the thing that every sensible analysis of The Simpsons predictions concludes. The show is not magic. The writers are not prophets. There is no special access to the future operating here. The predictions are the product of careful observation, large sample sizes, confirmation bias in retrospective selection, and the simple fact that the world tends to move in directions that are discernible to careful observers of the present. This is true. All of it is true. And yet stating it does not make the predictions less interesting. Because the fact that the predictions are explainable does not make them unremarkable. The remarkable thing is not that the show has been right. The remarkable thing is the quality of the observation that enabled it to be right, the clarity of the seeing, the consistency of the extrapolation, the depth of the understanding of human nature and social dynamics that allowed a writer's room in Los Angeles to consistently point in the direction the world was heading, in domain after domain, across 3.5 decades. That quality of observation is the real story. And it connects directly to what kind of show The Simpsons actually is, beneath its surface as a primetime comedy about a yellow-skinned nuclear family. The Simpsons is, at its core, a show about the gap between the official story and the real story, about the distance between what American society says it is and what it actually is, about the ways in which the systems and institutions that are meant to serve people actually function, as opposed to how they are supposed to function, about the specific, lived experience of ordinary people navigating a world that was not designed for their comfort. This is why the show is right so often. It starts from a position of clear-eyed observation rather than comfortable illusion. It looks at the American healthcare system and sees a system organized around financial incentives rather than health outcomes, and so it describes the dysfunction accurately before that dysfunction becomes undeniable. It looks at American politics and sees a performance of governance organized around the capture of attention rather than the delivery of policy, and so it describes the spectacle accurately before the spectacle becomes inescapable. It looks at American corporate life and sees the logic of capital operating on individual lives in ways that the ideology of meritocracy and individual mobility obscures, and so it describes the outcomes accurately before those outcomes become impossible to explain away. The show's prophetic record is the byproduct of its observational honesty, and that observational honesty is something that most American entertainment has historically been reluctant to practice. American entertainment, particularly primetime television, has traditionally operated within a set of conventions that constrain what can be said about American life. The family should be basically functional. The system should be basically fair. Problems should be resolvable. Authority should be, in the final analysis, trustworthy. These conventions exist because they serve the interests of the networks and advertisers who fund the entertainment, but also because audiences prefer comfortable narratives to uncomfortable ones. And entertainment that challenges comfortable narratives risks losing the audiences it depends on. The Simpsons was an exception to these conventions from its first episode. It depicted a family that was genuinely, structurally dysfunctional in ways that did not resolve by the end of the episode. It depicted a system that was genuinely, structurally unfair in ways that its characters had no power to correct. It depicted problems that were not resolvable, but only manageable, and authority that was not trustworthy but only, sometimes, tolerable. It did all of this while being extremely funny, which allowed the uncomfortable observations to be delivered in a form that audiences were willing to receive. This is the reason why the show keeps being right, and it is also the reason why the show matters beyond the fascination of the predictions themselves. The Simpsons has been telling the truth about American life, in the form of comedy, for 36 years. The predictions are the proof of the truth-telling. When the world catches up to what the show was saying, it confirms that the show was seeing clearly, and that what it was seeing was real, not a cartoon distortion. Now, let us sit with the deeper implications of this for a moment, because they are genuinely interesting. If The Simpsons has been telling the truth about American life for 36 years, if the show's portrait of the healthcare system, the political system, the economic system, the media environment, the corporate world, and the lived experience of ordinary Americans has been accurate, then the predictions are not really about the future at all. They are about the present as it existed when the show was made, extended forward into time by the simple logic of what happens when you let existing systems continue to operate according to their own internal logic without intervention. The Simpsons was never predicting the future. It was describing the present accurately, and the present kept turning into the future, exactly as the show had described it. This is what makes the predictions simultaneously less mysterious and more disturbing than they first appear. Less mysterious because they are the product of accurate observation rather than supernatural foresight. More disturbing because accurate observation of the present, projected forward according to the logic of existing systems, produces outcomes that are consistently troubling. If the healthcare system is organized around financial incentives rather than health outcomes, and if you project that organization forward in time, you get the opioid crisis. If the political system is organized around the capture of attention rather than the delivery of policy, and you project that organization forward in time, you get the specific character of contemporary American political culture. If the economic system is organized around the interests of capital rather than the interests of labor, and you project that organization forward, you get the specific shape of 21st century inequality. The Simpsons did not predict these outcomes. It observed the conditions that would produce them and described those conditions honestly, which allowed the predictions to emerge naturally from the description. This is a hopeful observation in one sense, because it means that the predictions are not inevitable. They are the product of specific systems and specific choices, and different choices could produce different outcomes. The future The Simpsons described was not the only possible future. It was the future that was heading toward us if we did not make different choices. In some cases, we did not make different choices, and the future arrived as described. In others, interventions changed the trajectory. But it is also a sobering observation, because it suggests that the show has been providing a remarkably clear map of where we were heading for a very long time, and we have largely not used that map. Let us think about what it means to have a show that has been telling you the truth about your world for 36 years, and to have spent much of that time laughing at it. There is a specific dynamic in comedy where uncomfortable truths can be delivered in a form that makes them receivable. The jokes creates a moment of cognitive distance from the truth, and in that distance, the truth can land without triggering the defensive responses that a direct statement of the same truth would produce. The show has been exploiting this dynamic for 3.5 decades. It has been delivering uncomfortable truths about American life in a form that allows audiences to absorb them without being overwhelmed by them. And in the process, it has been building, episode by episode and season by season, a picture of American life that is more honest than almost anything else in the mainstream entertainment landscape. The predictions are the most dramatic evidence of that honesty. They are the moments where the picture the show was building and the world the audience was living in converged most visibly. But they are built on a foundation of consistent, accurate, daily observation of ordinary American life, of what it feels like to work at a job that does not value you, to live in a community that is controlled by forces you cannot see or influence, to love your family and be inadequate to the demands that love places on you, to want things that the system is organized to prevent you from having. Homer Simpson is the most human character in American entertainment history, and part of what makes him human is that the show never pretends that his situation is better than it is. The comedy of Homer's life comes from the gap between what he wants and what he gets, between who he thinks he is and who he actually is, between the life he was supposed to have and the life he has ended up with. That gap is not just Homer's gap. It is the gap that runs through American life, between the official story of opportunity and mobility, and the lived reality of constraint and limitation, and the specific, quiet grief of a life that turned out smaller than it was supposed to. The Simpsons has been describing that gap honestly since 1989, and the predictions are what happens when you describe a gap that honestly over a long enough period of time. Eventually, the gap you are describing becomes the gap everyone can see, because the world has caught up to the description. Now let us spend some time on something that is not usually part of the Simpsons predictions conversation, but that seems important when you have spent this long examining the full scope of the show's prophetic record. The predictions that did not come true. Because there are many of them and they matter. The Simpsons predicted jetpacks for personal transportation. We do not have jetpacks in widespread use. The show depicted regular civilian space colonies. We have not established civilian space colonies. The show depicted certain medical technologies that have not materialized. It predicted specific political outcomes that did not occur. It depicted social trends that never arrived. It imagined futures for its characters, futures shown in flash-forward episodes that have not become real because the characters are still frozen at the ages they were in 1989. These predictions that did not come true are not failures of the show. They are the natural result of what the show actually is, a large body of creative work that makes many observations about the present and many extrapolations toward possible futures, of which some turn out to be accurate and some do not. The predictions that came true get remembered and shared. The predictions that did not come true get forgotten, because they do not generate the satisfying recognition that comes from watching a 30-year-old joke coincide with a present reality. This is confirmation bias at work. And naming it honestly matters because it prevents us from overstating what the show has done. The Simpsons has not been right about everything. It has not been operating from a position of special knowledge. It has been producing large volumes of careful, honest observation about the world, and some of those observations have turned out to be accurate predictions. But naming the confirmation bias does not diminish the show's achievement. Because even accounting for confirmation bias, even acknowledging that we remember the hits and forget the misses, the hits are numerous enough and specific enough and accurate enough about the structural dynamics of American life that they constitute a genuine record of prophetic accuracy that deserves to be taken seriously. What does taking it seriously mean? It means treating The Simpsons not just as entertainment, as a show to watch and laugh at and enjoy, but as a piece of ongoing social observation that has been building a picture of American life for 36 years. And that picture is more accurate than most of what we get from the institutions that are nominally charged with describing and analyzing American life. The political media, the academic social sciences, the cultural commentariat, all of these have their genuine insights, but they are also all embedded in the systems they describe in ways that constrain what they can see and what they can say. The Simpsons, operating as comedy, has been somewhat freer from those constraints, and that freedom has produced better observation. This is a genuinely interesting conclusion. It suggests that the best guide to the direction of American life that has been available to the public for the past 36 years has been a cartoon about a family with 4 fingers and yellow skin and a dog with an implausible name that is either very funny or very sad, depending on how you look at it, which is, of course, The Simpsons in a nutshell. Let us also think about what the predictions tell us about the nature of the future itself, because this is perhaps the most philosophically interesting aspect of the whole phenomenon. The future is not, in most people's intuitive model of it, a fixed place waiting to be discovered. It is the emergent product of present conditions, present choices, and the systems through which those conditions and choices play out. The future of a healthcare system organized around financial incentives is not the same as the future of a healthcare system organized around health outcomes. The future of a political system organized around the capture of attention is not the same as the future of a political system organized around the delivery of policy. The future is not given. It is made by the logic of the systems we inhabit and the choices we make within them. The Simpsons has been illuminating that logic for 36 years. It has been showing, episode by episode, what happens when you allow the logic of the systems that organize American life to play out according to their own internal imperatives. When you let the financial logic of healthcare run without constraint, when you let the spectacle logic of politics operate without accountability, when you let the capital logic of corporate life determine the distribution of economic resources without correction, the show has been showing what happens, and the show has been right, which means the logic has been running more or less as the show described it. The future that the show's predictions pointed toward more inequality, more corporate consolidation, more political spectacle, more surveillance, more economic precarity for ordinary people is the future that has arrived. This is the deepest implication of the predictions, and it is not a comfortable one. It is not comfortable because it suggests that the future was not something that happened to us unexpectedly. It was something that was visible to anyone who was paying clear attention to the present, and that a cartoon show had been describing for decades while most of us watched, laughed, and went to bed. But there is another way to read this implication, and it is a more hopeful one. If the future is the product of present systems and present choices, and if The Simpsons has been accurately describing those systems and their trajectories, then the show has also been indirectly, through the medium of comedy, building the case for different choices. Every time the show depicted a healthcare system that prioritized profit over patients, it was implicitly making the argument for a healthcare system that did the opposite. Every time it depicted political media that prioritized spectacle over substance, it was implicitly making the argument for political media that did the opposite. Every time it depicted economic arrangements that enriched the powerful at the expense of the ordinary, it was implicitly making the argument for economic arrangements that did the opposite. The show is not just a record of predictions. It is a sustained 36-year argument about what is wrong with American life and, by implication, what different choices might produce. That argument has been delivered in the form of comedy, which means it has reached audiences that would never have engaged with the same argument in the form of political journalism or academic social science. Hundreds of millions of people around the world have absorbed the Simpsons' observations about American life in the easily receivable form of jokes about Homer falling down and Bart getting into trouble and Lisa trying to make things better in a world that resists her efforts. Whether those people have translated what they absorbed into different choices is a different question. But the observation was received. The argument was made. And the fact that the predictions turned out to be right is, in a very specific sense, the reason why the argument keeps needing to be made. Because if the predictions had been wrong, if the systems the show was describing had evolved in different directions, the argument would have been unnecessary. The predictions being right is the evidence that the argument still applies. Homer is still at the plant, Burns is still in his office, the three-eyed fish is still in the river, and the family is still on the couch, watching television, in a house that is one paycheck from precarity, in a town that has agreed not to notice what the cracked cooling towers are doing to the water. 36 years, and the argument is still current. And there is something worth saying about what it means that we keep coming back to this show. That the predictions going viral every time a new one is confirmed is not just people being impressed by coincidence. It is people recognizing something. It is the specific recognition of a truth that you knew at some level but had not quite articulated. The slightly uncomfortable recognition of something you had been living in that you had not yet named. That recognition is the reason the predictions feel so satisfying. They do not feel like discovering something new. They feel like being shown something you already knew. The Simpsons is not telling us things about the future we have never considered. It is telling us things about the present we have been living in, and the recognition that it was already telling us these things 30 years ago is the recognition that these truths have been available to anyone paying attention for a very long time. The show keeps being right because the truths it is telling do not change very fast. The healthcare system is still organized around financial incentives. Political media is still organized around the capture of attention. Corporate life is still organized around the interests of capital. The specific manifestations change the particular scandal, the particular technology, the particular political figure. But the structural dynamics that produce those manifestations are the same ones the show was describing in the early 1990s. This is, in the end, both the most impressive and the most sobering thing about The Simpsons' prophetic record. The show keeps being right not because the world is becoming more like the show's predictions, but because the show was accurately describing the world's underlying structure from the beginning, and the world's underlying structure has not changed as much as we might have hoped. The couch is still the same couch. The family is still the same family. The plant is still there on the horizon. Cooling towers cracked. Safety inspector asleep at his console. And somewhere in a writer's room, someone is probably writing a joke about something that will not seem like a prediction for another 20 years. There is a particular quality to The Simpsons' prophetic record that we should name before we close, because it is easy to miss in the excitement of cataloging the individual predictions. The show's predictions cluster around a specific category of subject matter. They are not random. They are not uniformly distributed across all possible topics. They are concentrated in the areas where the gap between official narrative and actual reality is largest: healthcare, politics, corporate life, media, economic inequality. These are the areas where the show's observational honesty, its willingness to look at how things actually work rather than how they are supposed to work, produces the most dramatic divergence from the mainstream entertainment of its era. And these are, not coincidentally, the areas where the predictions have been most consistently accurate. This is not a coincidence. The accuracy of the predictions is proportional to the quality of the observation that produced them, and the quality of the observation is highest in the areas where the show had the strongest motivation to see clearly the areas that mattered most to the ordinary people the show was depicting. The areas where the gap between official story and lived reality was most felt by the characters in Springfield. Homer's experience of the healthcare system is accurate because the show was depicting the experience of someone who needed the healthcare system and found it inadequate. If the show had been depicting the experience of someone for whom the healthcare system worked perfectly, someone with comprehensive coverage and straightforward needs, the observation would have been less penetrating because the gaps and failures of the system would have been less visible from that perspective. The show's extraordinary run of accurate prediction is, at its root, the product of choosing to tell the story from the perspective of ordinary people. People for whom the systems that organize American life are not abstractions but lived realities. People for whom the gaps between official promise and actual delivery are not theoretical but daily and immediate. That perspective is the source of the show's honesty, and the show's honesty is the source of its prophetic record. And that is perhaps the most important thing to say about it. The future belongs to those who can see the present clearly, and the clearest seeing comes from those who are most directly affected by the way the present actually works, rather than the way it is supposed to work. The Simpsons has been telling the story of those people: Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, Maggie, Ned, Moe, and the rest of the residents of Springfield for 36 years. It has been telling their story honestly, with the specific kind of clarity that comes from not having to protect the systems and institutions that structure their lives. And that honest story has turned out to be a more accurate guide to the future than almost anything else we have had available. Homer is still at the plant. The beer is still cold. The television is still on. And the world, for better and for worse, is still looking a lot like Springfield. Now, as we get close to the end of our time together tonight, there is one more thing worth saying about all of this. About the predictions and what they represent, and about why it matters that a cartoon show about a dysfunctional family in an impossible town has spent 36 years quietly getting the world right. We are all Homer, in some sense. We are all trying to get through the day in a system that was not designed for our comfort, doing jobs that do not fully see us, in communities that have forgotten more catastrophes than they remember, attached to families that frustrate us and sustain us in equal measure. We are all living in a Springfield, a place with a nuclear plant on the horizon, and a three-eyed fish in the river, and a billionaire in the big house on the hill who has been there longer than anyone can quite account for. The Simpsons tells us this story week after week and year after year, and we keep watching because the story is true, and true stories told honestly have a specific quality that false stories told beautifully cannot match. That quality is recognition. The moment of watching something and thinking, yes, that is what it is like. Not what I wish it were like, or what the official story says it is like, but what it actually is like, in the specific texture of lived experience. The predictions are the most dramatic version of that recognition, but the show produces that recognition in smaller ways in almost every episode, in the way it depicts Homer's specific relationship with his work, Marge's specific relationship with her anxiety, Lisa's specific experience of being the smartest person in a room that does not value intelligence, Maggie's silent, enormous-eyed taking in of a world that does not notice her. These are truths. Specific, small, important truths about the experience of being a person in the particular time and place the show was made. And they have accumulated over 36 years into something larger and stranger than any individual truth. A comprehensive picture of American life in the late 20th and early 21st centuries that is as honest, as detailed, and as accurate as anything that has been produced in the period. The predictions are the headline. The honest observation is the story. And the story is still running. Every season, every episode, every couch gag, every time the clouds part and the choir sings and the title card appears. Springfield. Population. Everyone you know. We have covered a great deal of ground tonight. We have walked through technology and politics, science and corporations, health and economics, sports and international affairs, and finally arrived at the deeper question of what all of it means and why the show keeps being right. If you are still awake, well done. If you drifted off somewhere around the Higgs boson or the horse meat scandal, that is entirely reasonable, and the story will be here when you come back. That is, after all, the nature of Springfield. It is always there when you come back. The family is still on the couch, the plant is still on the horizon, the beer is still cold. And tomorrow, or next week, or next year, there will probably be another moment where a clip from a 1990s episode appears on social media alongside a headline from this morning's news, and people will look at them side by side and feel that specific recognition, that specific combination of amusement and unease. The Simpsons predicted this, and then this happened. Because of course it did. The show was always just describing the present. We were just not always paying attention. Extended Section 2. The Technological Prophecies. A deeper examination. Let us return to technology and spend more time with it, because the technological predictions form the largest and most detailed category in the show's prophetic catalog, and we have only scratched the surface of what is there. The internet itself deserves its own careful examination. The Simpsons began depicting the internet as a feature of everyday life before most of its viewers had internet connections in their homes. The episodes from the mid-1990s that dealt with the internet were remarkable for their accuracy about the specific texture of online experience, the specific combination of vast possibility and practical frustration, the way the technology simultaneously connected people across enormous distances and created new forms of isolation, the way it enabled new kinds of community while also enabling new kinds of hostility and dysfunction. In a 1996 episode, the show depicted Homer accessing the internet for the first time and encountering what was essentially a comment section. A space where people expressed opinions about subjects with a volume and confidence that bore no necessary relationship to their actual knowledge or the social consequences of what they were saying. Homer engages with this environment and discovers that the internet rewards the performance of certainty over the exercise of humility, that it is easier to get attention by saying something provocative than by saying something accurate, and that the people on the other side of the screen are responding to the performance rather than the substance. This was 1996. Twitter did not exist, Reddit did not exist, YouTube comments did not exist. The specific phenomenon of the internet comment section, its particular combination of democratized expression, information without consequence, and the performance of knowledge was still taking shape in the small, text-based online communities that existed before the web had a visual interface most people recognized. But the show had already identified the core dynamic, and that core dynamic turned out to be the dominant characteristic of online discourse, as it eventually developed the performance of certainty, the detachment of expression from consequence, the way the architecture of online interaction rewards provocation over nuance. This is an example of the show's technological predictions at their most sophisticated. The prediction is not about a specific technology or a specific service. It is about the character of a mode of communication, about what happens to human expression when it is mediated by screens and detached from the social consequences that normally constrain it. That character has turned out to be the defining feature of online communication, and the show identified it before the infrastructure existed to make that communication widespread. The email prediction is another one worth unpacking carefully. In episodes from the mid-1990s, the show depicted email as a dominant form of personal and professional communication in a way that was ahead of the actual adoption curve. In 1995, email was used primarily by academics, government employees, and early adopters in the technology sector. Most American households did not have email addresses, and the idea that email would eventually become the primary medium for professional communication, effectively replacing the phone call for many business purposes, and the letter for most formal written communication was not yet visible to most people. The show depicted email as already established, already ubiquitous, already producing the specific kind of communication habits that we now associate with email culture. The tendency to say in an email what you would not say to someone's face, the way the asynchronous nature of email creates space for responses that are more carefully composed but also more easily misread, the specific social dynamics of CC lines and reply all disasters. These are not technological predictions in the narrow sense. They are cultural predictions, predictions about how people would behave when given access to a specific kind of communication tool. And they were accurate, because the show understood something important. The way people behave in a new communication medium is shaped primarily by the affordances of that medium, and the affordances of email asynchronous, text-based, addressed to a specific recipient but forwardable, would produce specific communication behaviors wherever it was adopted. The show predicted those behaviors before most people had adopted the technology that would produce them. The smartphone is perhaps the most consequential technological development of the early 21st century, and the Simpsons' engagement with it deserves careful attention. The show did not predict the smartphone in the sense of predicting the specific device that would eventually become the iPhone, but it predicted the smartphone in the more important sense of predicting the human relationship with a device that combines communication, information access, entertainment, navigation, commerce, and social connection in a single object that is always present and always on. In multiple episodes from the 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted characters who were perpetually distracted, who could not be fully present in any situation because some part of their attention was always being claimed by a device, a screen, a stream of information that demanded engagement. The comedy in these episodes came from the absurdity of the distraction, from the way the device or screen competed successfully with actual people in actual physical spaces for the characters' attention. This portrait of distracted presence, of being physically in one place while mentally elsewhere, of the screen claiming cognitive resources that are ostensibly needed for the actual situation at hand, became the defining social phenomenon of the smartphone era. The specific research on smartphone distraction, on the effects of constant connectivity on attention and social connection, on the way the smartphone has restructured the experience of time and presence, all emerged primarily in the 2010s, long after The Simpsons had been depicting the lived experience of that distraction in comedic form. The show also predicted with remarkable accuracy the specific way that smartphones would reshape childhood and adolescence. In episodes depicting Bart and Lisa's relationship with technology, the show anticipated the dynamic of children whose social lives were organized primarily through digital media, who experienced peer pressure and social judgment through online channels, who built their identities in the context of online visibility, and the specific anxieties that come from performing selfhood for an audience. These dynamics became the central concerns of a significant body of academic research and public commentary in the 2010s, particularly in work examining the relationship between social media use and adolescent mental health. The Simpsons had been depicting the underlying dynamics, the social pressure, the performance of identity, the way digital mediation changes the experience of adolescent social life in comic form for years before they became the subject of serious research. There is also the specific matter of search engines and the way they change the human relationship with information. In a 1997 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which Homer needed to find information and was able to access what was essentially a vast, searchable database of knowledge that provided answers to virtually any question almost instantaneously. The episode played the availability of this information for comedy. Homer used it in ways that were beside the point, missed the important information while pursuing trivial details, and demonstrated the specific irony that unlimited access to information does not guarantee the exercise of judgment in using it. Google was founded in September 1998. It became the dominant search engine within a few years and fundamentally altered the human relationship with information access. But The Simpsons episode from 1997 had already identified the key insight, that the availability of information is not the same as the wisdom to use it well, that having access to unlimited facts does not automatically produce better judgment or more considered decisions, that the constraint on human behavior has never primarily been the availability of information, but the willingness to engage seriously with information and its implications. This is a prediction that remains relevant and that the show identified before Google existed. The internet has produced a world in which essentially anyone can access essentially any piece of publicly available information in seconds. And the world with unlimited information access looks, in many important ways, like the world without it, because the constraint on human judgment is not information availability, but the other things that shape how people process and respond to information. The Simpsons understood this, and it was right. The relationship between technology and work deserves its own extended examination because the show was remarkably prescient about the specific ways that technology would change the nature of work over the following decades. In multiple episodes, the show depicted Homer's job at the plant being reshaped by technology, new systems being implemented, new skills being required, the relationship between the worker and the task being mediated by technological interfaces in ways that created new forms of alienation and new kinds of error. The comedy in these episodes came from Homer's inability to adapt to the new systems, from his tendency to apply old approaches to new interfaces and produce disasters. But beneath the comedy was an accurate portrait of the specific experience of technological change in the workplace, the way new systems disrupted, established routines, and required workers to develop new competencies, the way the pace of technological change made it difficult for workers to develop genuine expertise in any single system before that system was replaced by another, the specific anxiety of perpetual obsolescence that characterized the experience of work in the technology-driven economy. This portrait was accurate about the 1990s, and it has remained accurate about every subsequent decade, as the pace of technological change in the workplace has continued to accelerate. The specific technologies have changed, but the underlying experience of perpetual adaptation, of skills becoming obsolete before they are fully developed, of the relationship between the worker and the work being constantly mediated by new interfaces has remained constant. The show also predicted with unusual precision the specific pathologies of remote work, which became the defining feature of knowledge work in the 2020s when the COVID-19 pandemic forced a sudden, large-scale experiment in working from home. In multiple pre-pandemic episodes, Homer worked from home in various capacities, and the show depicted the specific experience of home-based work with accuracy that felt prophetic in 2020. The way the boundaries between work and non-work collapsed when both happened in the same physical space, the way the home environment constantly intruded on work focus, the way domestic life and professional life became entangled in ways that benefited neither. Homer's attempts to work from home were consistently comic disasters, and the comedy came from an accurate observation about the structural difficulties of home-based work rather than from Homer's specific incompetence. The debates that erupted in 2020 and afterward about the productivity of remote work, about the loss of social connection that comes from working in isolation, about the specific challenges of managing a workforce that is physically distributed, all of these were prefigured in The Simpsons' treatment of Homer's home-based work episodes. The show had identified the structural tensions before the pandemic made them a mass experience. Let us also look at the show's prediction of social media addiction and its effects on behavior, because this is one of the areas where the show was most strikingly accurate about a phenomenon that would not become fully visible until the 2010s. In episodes from the 2000s and early 2010s, the show depicted characters who were compulsively seeking the social validation of others through digital channels who were organizing their behavior around the accumulation of approval signals from online communities, who experienced the absence of those approval signals as something like withdrawal, and who made decisions in their offline lives based on the anticipated response of their online audiences. This is an accurate description of the psychological dynamics of social media use as it was eventually understood by researchers in the 2010s. The variable reward mechanism of social media engagement, the way likes and shares and comments provided intermittent reinforcement that made the behavior of seeking them difficult to stop, was identified as a core feature of social media design, and the behavioral consequences of that design were documented in a growing body of research on social media and mental health. The Simpsons had been depicting those behavioral consequences, in comic form, before the research existed to describe them rigorously. The show understood the human psychology of seeking social validation, and it understood that digital channels for seeking that validation would produce the same compulsive behaviors as any other mechanism of intermittent reinforcement. It was right about this before the platforms that would become the primary delivery mechanisms for social media validation existed. There is also the matter of cybersecurity and the specific vulnerabilities of networked systems, which the show addressed in ways that were remarkably forward-looking. In a 1999 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which a networked computer system was compromised by an outside party who gained unauthorized access through a security vulnerability, was able to extract sensitive information and cause significant disruption, and did so without the people responsible for the system noticing until the damage was already done. The episode played this as a comedy, with the specific vulnerability and the specific consequences being selected for their absurdist potential. But the underlying dynamic of networked systems being vulnerable to unauthorized access, of the gap between the perceived security of a system and its actual security, of the potential for significant harm to be caused remotely by exploiting that gap, was accurately described. Cybersecurity became one of the defining concerns of the first decades of the 21st century, with a series of high-profile breaches affecting corporations, government agencies, and critical infrastructure, demonstrating the reality of the vulnerability the show had depicted in 1999. The Sony hack, the Equifax breach, the SolarWinds attack, the Colonial Pipeline ransomware incident, each of these represented the dynamic the show had animated, at a scale and with consequences that the 1999 episode could not have anticipated, but that the underlying dynamic it had identified made legible. The show understood that connecting systems to networks creates vulnerabilities, that those vulnerabilities would be exploited, and that the exploitation would cause harm at a scale that the responsible parties had not prepared for. That understanding was accurate, and it was expressed in a primetime comedy in 1999. The augmented and virtual reality prediction is the last technological prediction we will examine in detail, because it illustrates something important about the temporal relationship between the show's predictions and the reality they eventually pointed toward. In multiple episodes across the 1990s and 2000s, The show depicted immersive virtual reality experiences environments that existed entirely within digital space, that were entered through headsets or other devices, and that created experiences indistinguishable from physical reality for the people inside them. The episodes played with the specific disorientation of moving between virtual and physical reality, with the way immersive digital environments could be used for entertainment, for social connection, for commerce, and for escape from less satisfying physical circumstances. The Oculus Rift, which launched the current generation of consumer virtual reality headsets, was first developed in 2012 and reached consumers in 2016. Apple's Vision Pro, which represents the current state-of-the-art in mixed reality consumer devices, launched in 2024. The Simpsons had been depicting these technologies in the 1990s. But more interesting than the specific technology is what the show was predicting about how people would use immersive virtual environments, the specific ways they would be appealing, the specific needs they would fulfill, the specific problems they would create. The show understood that the appeal of virtual reality was not primarily about the technology, but about the human desire for experiences that were more satisfying than ordinary physical reality, and it understood that this desire would make virtual reality both enormously compelling and potentially problematic for people who used it as a substitute for addressing the actual insufficiencies of their physical lives. This psychological portrait of the virtual reality user, drawn in the 1990s, when the technology was nowhere near consumer accessible, turned out to be accurate about the experience of people who use VR systems in the 2020s. The specific blend of wonder, escapism, and the lingering question of what it means that the digital world is more satisfying than the physical one, these are the defining features of the consumer VR experience, and The Simpsons had them right decades before the consumer VR experience existed. Extended Section 3. The Political Prophecies Going Deeper. The Trump prediction deserves additional examination beyond what we gave it earlier, because it is more complex and more interesting than its viral reputation suggests. The episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which America had elected Donald Trump as president and then suffered the financial consequences of his governance. But the episode was not primarily about the future. It was about the present, as the writers understood it in 2000, about the specific direction that American political culture was heading, about the specific kind of electoral logic that was developing, and about the specific risks that logic posed to democratic governance. The writers were watching a political environment in which celebrity had become an increasingly important political asset, in which the ability to generate media coverage was more valuable than traditional political infrastructure, in which voters were responding to entertainers and business people who promised to apply their success in non-political domains to the problems of governance. Jesse Ventura had just been elected governor of Minnesota. Arnold Schwarzenegger would be elected governor of California in 2003. The logic of celebrity politics was already operating before the episode aired, and the episode was extrapolating from that logic to its most extreme conclusion. The prediction was right not because the writers had special knowledge of what Donald Trump would do over the following 16 years, but because they correctly identified the trajectory of American political culture and followed it to its logical endpoint. The Trump presidency was the endpoint of the celebrity politician logic that the writers had been watching develop for at least a decade. They got to the endpoint first. Reality followed. But there is something more interesting here than the simple fact of the prediction. The episode's depiction of what a Trump presidency would produce financial chaos, inherited by a more competent successor, was also a prediction. And it was a more specific and more controversial prediction than the one about Trump becoming president at all. In 2000, predicting that a Trump presidency would produce financial disorder was a claim that could be evaluated against Trump's record as a businessman. Trump's businesses had gone through bankruptcy proceedings multiple times by 2000. His reputation as a deal-maker existed alongside a documented record of business failures, creditor losses, and financial mismanagement. The writers were not making a wild guess about what a Trump presidency would look like. They were extrapolating from what his business career had looked like, applying the logic of his behavior in one domain to the anticipated behavior in another. That extrapolation was reasonable given the available evidence, and it turned out to be roughly accurate in its broad strokes. Whether one evaluates the Trump presidency's economic record favorably or unfavorably, the prediction of financial disorder as a defining feature was not baseless. There is also the specific matter of the show's prediction of political polarization. which is perhaps the most consistently accurate long-term political prediction in the show's catalog. From the mid-1990s onward, The Simpsons depicted American political life as increasingly defined by the gap between two opposing camps that were becoming less capable of finding common ground, less willing to engage seriously with each other's positions, and more organized around mutual contempt than around disagreement about policy. The show depicted this not as a problem of individual character, but as a structural feature of a political system that had found organizing around tribal identity more electorally efficient than organizing around substantive policy. Differences. By the 2010s, this was the central diagnosis of American political dysfunction. The term polarization had become the dominant framework for understanding what was wrong with American politics, and the specific dynamics the show had been depicting were documented in exhaustive empirical research by political scientists who showed that partisan polarization had increased dramatically and consistently over the period in which The Simpsons had been running. The show understood polarization as a structural phenomenon, not as the result of individual politicians being unusually extreme or unusually intransigent, but as the product of incentive structures within the political system that rewarded extreme positions and penalized compromise. That structural understanding turned out to be accurate, and it predated the academic literature that would eventually document the same dynamics. The prediction of dark money and secret political financing is another political prediction worth examining, because the show was depicting the dynamics of undisclosed political spending before Citizens United made it a defining feature of American elections. In multiple episodes, the show depicted wealthy individuals, Burns being the most prominent example, directing resources toward political outcomes through channels that were designed to obscure the source of the funding. The comedy came from the gap between the official account of how political influence worked and the actual account, in which money flowed from powerful interests through various intermediaries to produce political outcomes that served those interests. The show depicted this as a routine feature of political life in Springfield, unremarkable and unsurprising to anyone who understood how the system actually worked. Citizens United was decided in January 2010. The ruling dramatically expanded the ability of wealthy individuals and corporations to spend money on political campaigns without disclosure. The resulting explosion of dark money in American politics of spending from sources that were not required to identify themselves, that could flow through complex chains of organizations designed to obscure their origins, transformed American elections in exactly the ways the show had been depicting as inevitable. The show understood that the formal rules of campaign finance were less important than the informal channels through which real political influence was exercised, and it depicted the results of that understanding accurately. When the formal rules changed to accommodate what had always been happening informally, the show's fictional depiction began to look less like satire and more like documentation. The prediction of voter suppression as a systematic political strategy is another one of those cases where the show's satire has become harder to distinguish from journalism. In multiple episodes, the show depicted scenarios in which the administration of elections was manipulated in ways that systematically disadvantaged specific groups of voters through the manipulation of registration requirements, through the strategic placement of voting infrastructure, through the specific design of electoral processes in ways that created barriers for some populations while removing them for others. The show depicted these manipulations as the rational behavior of political actors operating in systems where the incentives rewarded winning over the integrity of the process. The academic and journalistic literature on voter suppression in the United States has documented exactly these dynamics in specific states and specific elections across the period the show has been running. The methods the show depicted registration purges, reduced polling places in specific neighborhoods, strict ID requirements that are more burdensome for some populations than others, have all been documented as actual features of real election administration in various states. The show was not predicting specific instances of voter suppression. It was predicting that the logic of electoral competition would produce systematic efforts to manipulate voter access, and that these efforts would be most likely to target populations that were less politically powerful. That prediction was accurate, and it remains relevant. Let us also look at the show's prediction of the specific character of political media in the social media age, because this prediction is one of the most complete and most accurate in the entire catalog. In episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted a political media environment in which the primary function of political coverage was to generate emotional response in the audience: outrage, fear, tribal pride, contempt, rather than to inform. The show depicted this environment as producing a specific kind of political discourse, one that was organized around the performance of conflict rather than the resolution of disagreement, that selected political figures based on their ability to generate strong emotional responses rather than their ability to govern effectively, and that systematically rewarded the extreme and the outrageous over the measured and the thoughtful. This is an accurate description of the political media environment as it developed in the 2010s, particularly around social media. The algorithmic amplification of emotionally engaging content, which systematically favored outrage, fear, and tribal signaling over nuance, complexity, and considered argument, produced a political media environment that was organized in its fundamental logic around exactly the dynamics the show had been depicting for decades. The Simpsons understood that the economics of attention, applied to political media, would produce a specific kind of political discourse that, if the metric of success for political coverage was the amount of attention and emotional response it generated, the content that would succeed would be content optimized for generating attention and emotional response, rather than content optimized for informing. That understanding turned out to be accurate, and its accuracy has been one of the defining problems of 21st century democratic politics. The prediction of gerrymandering as a dominant political institution is another political prediction that has proven accurate in ways that are difficult to ignore. The show depicted the manipulation of electoral districts, the drawing of district lines to advantage specific parties or interests, as a routine, unremarkable feature of political life in Springfield. The comedy in these episodes came from the transparency of the manipulation, from the way the responsible parties made no serious effort to disguise what they were doing. The assumption embedded in the comedy was that the manipulation was systematic, ongoing, and essentially unchecked by any accountability mechanism. The academic literature on gerrymandering has documented that exactly this dynamic characterizes the redistricting process in most American states, that the party in power draws district lines primarily to maximize its own electoral advantage, that this produces districts with wildly non-competitive margins, and that the courts have been reluctant to intervene in ways that would constrain the practice. The show depicted this as routine political behavior in the 1990s. It remains routine political behavior in the 2020s. Extended Section 4. Science predictions expanding the record. The Higgs boson and the toroidal universe are the most famous scientific predictions in the Simpsons catalog, but they are not the only ones that deserve careful examination. Let us spend time with some of the others. The show's depiction of gene therapy and its potential applications in medicine was remarkably early and remarkably accurate about both the potential and the complications. In a 1997 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which gene therapy, the modification of an organism's genetic material to treat or prevent disease, was used in ways that were both promising and unpredictable. The episode played with the idea that modifying genetic material could produce unintended consequences alongside the intended ones, that the complexity of genetic systems meant that targeted interventions could have off-target effects, and that the enthusiasm for the technology sometimes outpaced the rigor of the testing. By the late 1990s and early 2000s, gene therapy was generating enormous scientific and commercial excitement, and it was also generating a series of serious failures. The death of Jesse Gelsinger in a gene therapy trial in 1999 temporarily set back the field and generated significant regulatory attention to the risks of the technology. The show's cautionary note about the complexity of genetic intervention and the danger of unintended consequences was accurate about the actual history of gene therapy in the following decade. By the 2010s and 2020s, gene therapy had made genuine progress, with treatments for specific genetic conditions receiving regulatory approval and demonstrating clinical effectiveness. But the field had developed a more cautious, rigorous approach to safety testing than the enthusiasm of the 1990s had encouraged, largely as a result of the specific failures the show had been depicting as structurally likely. The show's prediction of CRISPR, or more precisely, the specific capabilities and specific implications that CRISPR eventually embodied, is another example of scientific prediction in the genetic domain. The CRISPR Cas9 gene editing system was not developed until 2012, and its application to human genetics and medicine has been the subject of intense scientific, ethical, and regulatory discussion since then. But the underlying concept of a tool that could edit the genetic code of living organisms with precision and relative ease, that could be applied across a wide range of species and conditions, and that raised profound questions about the appropriate limits of genetic intervention in humans, was depicted in The Simpsons in episodes from the 2000s that played with these themes in comic form. The show was not predicting CRISPR specifically, it was predicting the category of technology that CRISPR eventually embodied: a precise, accessible, powerful tool for genetic modification that would arrive before society had fully worked out the ethical framework for governing its use. That prediction was accurate. The ethical debates about CRISPR, about the editing of human embryos, about the potential for designer babies and genetic enhancement, arrived with the technology still in its early stages of development, and they arrived at exactly the pace and with exactly the character the show had been depicting as inevitable. The prediction of nanotechnology as a transformative but double-edged technology is another scientific prediction in The Simpsons catalog that has proven directionally accurate. In episodes from the early 2000s, the show depicted nanotechnology technology, operating at the scale of individual atoms and molecules, as both enormously promising and potentially dangerous in ways that were difficult to anticipate or control. The comedy in these episodes came from the familiar pattern of technology outrunning the regulatory frameworks designed to govern it, of capabilities developing faster than the wisdom to deploy them responsibly. Nanotechnology has developed more slowly than the most optimistic projections of the early 2000s suggested, but the applications that have materialized in drug delivery, in materials science, in electronics manufacturing have been accompanied by the specific concerns about unintended consequences and inadequate regulatory frameworks that the show had been depicting. The nanoparticles now used in pharmaceutical applications, for example, have been the subject of ongoing research into their potential for unintended biological effects, research that mirrors the show's comic depiction of nanotechnology as a power that is not fully understood by the people deploying it. The climate science prediction is perhaps the most sweeping scientific prediction in The Simpsons catalog, and it is one that requires careful handling because it touches on a politically contentious area where accuracy is important. The Simpsons has, over its run, consistently depicted human industrial activity as producing environmental consequences that accumulate and intensify over time, that affect the most vulnerable populations first and most severely, that are visible to careful observers well before they become undeniable to everyone, and that are systematically denied by the economic interests that benefit from the industrial activity producing them. Burns's refusal to acknowledge the environmental consequences of his power plant is a direct analog of the climate change denial that became a defining feature of American political life in the first decades of the 21st century. The show was not making a specific scientific prediction about climate change in the way that the Higgs boson equation represented a specific prediction. It was making a structural prediction about the relationship between industrial emissions, environmental consequence, and the economic and political forces that would shape the response to those consequences. That structural prediction has proven accurate at every point. The environmental consequences of industrial activity have intensified. The most vulnerable populations have been affected first and most severely. The effects have been visible to careful observers for decades, and the economic interests that benefit from carbon-intensive activity have deployed resources to delay and complicate the political response. The show was watching Burns manage the relationship between his plant's emissions and the political response to them, and correctly predicting that the same dynamic would play out at a global scale when the emissions in question were not just waste from a local nuclear plant, but carbon dioxide from the entire industrial economy. The prediction of antibiotic resistance is another scientific prediction worth examining, because the show identified this as an emerging crisis well before it became a dominant concern of global public health. In multiple episodes from the 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted scenarios involving the overuse of antibiotics, producing resistant bacterial strains, the specific mechanism through which antibiotic resistance develops, in which bacteria that happen to have genetic resistance to a particular antibiotic survive and reproduce while non-resistant bacteria are killed, eventually producing populations that are entirely resistant. The episodes played the consequences for comedy, but the underlying biology was accurately depicted. Antibiotic resistance became a dominant public health concern in the 2010s, with the World Health Organization designating it one of the greatest threats to global health, and with mounting evidence that existing antibiotics were becoming ineffective against a growing number of common bacterial infections. The show had been depicting the dynamics that produce antibiotic resistance, the overuse of antibiotics in medicine and in agriculture, the inadequacy of the regulatory frameworks governing antibiotic use, the difficulty of creating economic incentives for the development of new antibiotics for years before the crisis reached its current prominence. Extended Section 5. Corporate Predictions, the Full Picture. The corporate predictions in the Simpsons catalog extend well beyond the Disney-Fox merger and the Amazon dynamic we examined earlier, and they form a comprehensive picture of the direction of American corporate life that has proven accurate in its broad strokes and many of its specific details. The prediction of the sharing economy is one of the less discussed corporate predictions, but one of the most structurally interesting. In multiple episodes, the show depicted scenarios in which ordinary people rented or shared assets that had previously been owned and used exclusively: homes, vehicles, tools, skills, in ways that created new economic relationships without the formal structures of traditional employment or property ownership. Airbnb was founded in 2008. Uber was founded in 2009. The sharing economy as a distinct economic category and a major investment thesis did not exist until the late 2000s. But the show had been depicting the underlying logic of monetizing excess capacity in owned assets, of creating new markets by lowering the transaction costs of temporary transfers in episodes that predated these companies by years. The show also anticipated the specific tensions that the sharing economy would produce: the regulatory conflicts as new platforms disrupted existing industries, the labor classification questions around the workers who provided services through these platforms, the quality control challenges of managing distributed, decentralized service provision at scale. All of these tensions became defining features of the sharing economy debate in the 2010s, and all of them had been present in the show's comic treatment of similar dynamics years earlier. The prediction of subscription business models as the dominant structure for consumer services is another corporate prediction that has proven accurate. In the world of the 1990s, most consumer products and services were purchased as discrete transactions. You bought a CD, a book, a software license, a piece of software that you owned forever. The idea that consumers would pay a recurring monthly fee for continuous access to a service or product catalog, rather than purchasing individual items outright, was present in some contexts, cable television subscriptions being the most obvious, but had not yet become the dominant business model for digital products and services. The Simpsons depicted various forms of recurring payment arrangements in ways that anticipated the subscription model scenarios in which Homer was locked into ongoing payment relationships that he had agreed to without fully understanding the commitment, in which the benefits of the arrangement seemed clear at the moment of signing but became less clear over time, in which the economics of the relationship favored the provider in ways that were not obvious at the outset. By the 2020s, the subscription model had become the dominant structure for digital services: software, music, video, news, gaming, and many other categories had all moved from one-time purchase to recurring subscription. The implications of this shift for consumer budgets, for the experience of ownership versus access, for the power dynamics between providers and subscribers, were exactly what the show had been depicting in comic form. The prediction of influencer culture and the economy of personal brand is another corporate prediction worth examining carefully. In episodes from the late 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted celebrities who had translated their public visibility into commercial relationships that were more varied and more systematically monetized than the traditional endorsement deal. The show depicted people whose public personas were themselves economic assets, who derived revenue not just from their primary creative work, but from a surrounding economy of brand partnerships, licensed merchandise, paid appearances, and other forms of monetized visibility. The creator economy, as it is now called, the economic ecosystem, organized around individual creators who build audiences and then monetize those audiences through a variety of channels, did not exist in the form we now recognize until the development of YouTube, Instagram, and similar platforms in the late 2000s and 2010s. But the underlying logic the show was depicting of personal visibility as a commercial asset, of the monetization of audience attention, rather than specific products or performances, was already present in celebrity culture, and the show was correctly predicting that digital platforms would extend and democratize this logic beyond traditional celebrities to a much broader population of content creators. The prediction of Amazon Web Services, or, more precisely, the prediction of cloud computing as a fundamental infrastructure that ordinary people would use constantly without being aware of it, is another corporate prediction that has proven accurate. In multiple episodes, the show depicted scenarios in which essential services and systems operated through infrastructure that was physically remote from the people using it, through networks of computers and servers that were not visible to the people who depended on them, that operated seamlessly when functioning and caused widespread disruption when they failed, and that were controlled by a relatively small number of entities whose power came precisely from the invisibility of the infrastructure they managed. Amazon Web Services, which provides cloud computing infrastructure to a vast proportion of the Internet's applications and services, was launched in 2006. By the 2020s, a significant portion of the digital services that Americans use daily were running on AWS or its competitors Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, in ways that most users had no awareness of. The invisible infrastructure was real, and its invisibility was precisely what made the occasional failures so disorienting. When major AWS outages occurred, vast numbers of seemingly unrelated services went down simultaneously, revealing the extent to which seemingly independent services shared invisible infrastructure. The show had been depicting the dynamics of this kind of invisible, concentrated infrastructure, the power it concentrated, the disruption its failures caused, the importance of the people who controlled it for years before the specific form that infrastructure would take had developed. Extended Section 6. Health Predictions, the Deeper Record. The opioid crisis prediction deserves more detailed examination than we gave it earlier, because the show's treatment of this specific dynamic was unusually precise. In a 1999 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which a pharmaceutical product was marketed aggressively to patients and physicians, in which the marketing emphasized benefits while minimizing or misrepresenting risks, in which the financial relationships between pharmaceutical companies and the physicians who prescribed their products created conflicts of interest that compromised medical judgment, and in which the regulatory framework that was supposed to prevent this kind of marketing was inadequate to the challenge. Purdue Pharma began its aggressive marketing of OxyContin in 1996. By 1999, when the episode aired, the patterns of deceptive marketing that would eventually be the subject of massive litigation were already established but had not yet become public knowledge. The lawsuit that eventually resulted in Purdue Pharma's bankruptcy and the Sackler family's payment of billions of dollars in settlements would not be resolved until 2021. The show depicted the dynamics of what the opioid crisis would eventually reveal as early as 1999, when those dynamics were present but largely invisible to the public. It described a pharmaceutical industry capable of systematically misleading physicians and patients about the risks of its products, using financial relationships and aggressive marketing to produce prescribing patterns that served its revenue objectives rather than patient health. This is a case where the show's accuracy was the product of watching an industry carefully and understanding its incentive structures well enough to predict where those incentives would lead. The pharmaceutical industry's financial incentives were no secret in 1999. The show was watching those incentives and describing their logical consequences, which turned out to be the opioid crisis. The prediction of the obesity epidemic as a public health crisis is another health prediction worth examining, because the show was depicting the structural causes of the epidemic before it had fully materialized. In multiple episodes from the 1980s through the 2000s, the show depicted the specific combination of environmental factors that research would eventually identify as the drivers of the obesity epidemic: the availability of inexpensive, energy-dense processed foods, the sedentary nature of work and leisure in a technology-driven economy, the marketing of unhealthy foods specifically to children, the design of communities around automobile travel rather than walking, the economic forces that made calorie-dense processed foods cheaper than fresh, whole foods for low-income Americans. The obesity epidemic became a dominant public health concern in the early 2000s, when data from the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey showed that obesity rates had increased dramatically since the 1980s. The Centers for Disease Control began regularly reporting on the epidemic, and the public health community began seriously engaging with the question of what was causing it. The show had been depicting the structural causes of the epidemic: the food environment, the activity environment, the economic environment, the marketing environment for decades before the epidemic became the subject of serious public health concern. It had been placing Homer in environments that were designed, in their aggregate, to produce exactly the outcomes the epidemic represented, and it had been doing so as a satirical commentary on American consumer culture rather than as an explicit public health statement. But the satirical commentary turned out to be accurate public health description. The environments the show depicted of cheap, convenient, heavily marketed processed food, of sedentary work and leisure, of communities designed around automobile dependence were the environments that produced the obesity epidemic, and the show had been depicting them accurately since before the epidemic's full dimensions were clear. The prediction of antibiotic-resistant infections in healthcare settings is another specific health prediction that has proven accurate. In multiple episodes, the show depicted hospitals and healthcare facilities as environments in which patients were at risk of acquiring infections from organisms that were resistant to standard treatments, where the very process of seeking care created new health risks that had not existed when the patient arrived. The show depicted this as a systematic feature of the healthcare environment rather than an exceptional event, a routine consequence of the concentration of sick patients and overused antibiotics in enclosed spaces. Healthcare-associated infections, including those caused by antibiotic-resistant organisms like MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, have been a major patient safety concern since at least the 1990s. The CDC estimates that healthcare-associated infections affect approximately 1 in 31 hospital patients on any given day, causing tens of thousands of deaths annually. The show had been depicting this dynamic of the healthcare environment as a place where specific risks were created, rather than only reduced accurately and consistently. Mental health crises in youth populations are another area where the show demonstrated unusual prescience. In episodes focused on Lisa Simpson's emotional and psychological struggles, the show depicted the specific character of adolescent depression and anxiety in a high-achieving, sensitive child who experienced the world more intensely than her peers and found the gap between her expectations and the world's reality more painful. These episodes were not played primarily as comedy. They were among the show's most emotionally serious moments, and they depicted the interior experience of adolescent mental health challenges with a specificity, honesty that was unusual for primetime entertainment. By the 2010s and 2020s, adolescent mental health had become one of the dominant public health concerns in the United States, with data showing dramatic increases in anxiety, depression, and related conditions among young people, particularly among adolescent girls. The show had been depicting the specific character of adolescent mental health challenges, the specific combination of high sensitivity, high achievement expectations, social isolation, and existential awareness for decades before the epidemic dimensions of adolescent mental health problems became visible in population-level data. Extended Section 7. Sports and Entertainment. The full record. The show's relationship with sports extends beyond the structural predictions we examined earlier into some remarkably specific predictions about individual events and individual figures. The prediction of the FIFA corruption scandal is one of the more specific sports predictions in the show's catalog. In a 1994 episode produced in connection with the 1994 World Cup being held in the United States, the show depicted FIFA, the international governing body for soccer, as a corrupt organization whose officials enrich themselves through the commercial apparatus of the sport rather than serving the interests of the sport and its players. The episode played the corruption for comedy, depicting FIFA officials as transparently self-interested and the commercial machinery of the World Cup as a vehicle for private enrichment rather than sporting celebration. In May 2015, the United States Department of Justice unsealed indictments against 14 FIFA officials and associates, charging them with racketeering, wire fraud, and money laundering conspiracies. The arrests, conducted by Swiss authorities at the request of the DOJ, triggered the most significant corruption scandal in the history of international soccer, eventually leading to the resignations of multiple high-ranking FIFA officials, including longtime president Sepp Blatter. The show had depicted exactly this dynamic of FIFA as an organization whose officials use their positions primarily for personal enrichment rather than sporting stewardship 2 decades before the scandal broke. The specific mechanisms of the corruption, kickbacks on broadcasting and marketing rights, were different from what the show depicted, but the underlying characterization was accurate. The prediction of the specific character of sports media in the social media era is another sports-related prediction worth examining carefully. In multiple episodes from the 2000s, the show depicted a sports media environment in which fan engagement with sports happened through multiple simultaneous channels, through real-time commentary, through statistical overlay, through second-screen interaction, and in which the experience of watching a sporting event was increasingly a social experience mediated through digital communication rather than a primarily individual or physical experience. Second-screen sports, viewing the practice of watching a game while simultaneously participating in online commentary about it, became a defining feature of sports media consumption in the 2010s. The development of Twitter as a real-time commentary platform, the integration of social media functionality into sports broadcasts, the rise of sports podcasting and sports talk radio as secondary engagement layers, all of these represented the sports media landscape developing in exactly the direction the show had been depicting. The show also predicted with unusual accuracy the specific character of sports analytics and the data revolution in professional sports. In a 2003 episode, the show depicted a scenario in which a sports organization used statistical analysis to make roster decisions in ways that contradicted conventional wisdom and produced results that conventional wisdom would have predicted to be worse, but that turned out to be better. The episode was playing with the emerging Moneyball ethos in baseball, which Michael Lewis would document in his 2003 book about the Oakland Athletics' statistical approach to team building. The Moneyball approach subsequently spread from baseball to other professional sports basketball analytics, NFL analytics, soccer analytics, transforming the management and evaluation of athletic performance across the sports world. The specific ideas the show was playing with in 2003 about the application of statistical analysis to sports decisions in ways that challenged received wisdom turned out to be among the most consequential ideas in the history of professional sports management. The prediction of esports as a major entertainment category is another sports-related prediction worth examining. In multiple episodes from the 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted competitive video gaming tournaments where players competed in video games for prizes, in front of audiences who watched the competition as a spectator event, as an emerging entertainment format that would eventually attract the same kind of audience and the same kind of commercial investment as traditional sports. Esports became a multi-billion-dollar industry in the 2010s, with tournament prize pools reaching tens of millions of dollars, dedicated venues filling with spectators for major competitions, and streaming platforms like Twitch generating hundreds of millions of viewers for professional gaming events. The show had depicted the underlying logic of esports as entertainment. Competitive gaming is compelling to watch because the same qualities that make athletic competition compelling apply to skilled video gameplay before the infrastructure existed to make esports a commercial reality at scale. The show also predicted the decline of physical music media and the specific emotional experience of that decline, the nostalgia for physical formats that would accompany the shift to digital, the way the loss of the physical object changed the relationship between listener and music. In episodes from the late 1990s, the show depicted characters experiencing the shift from physical music formats, vinyl, cassette, CD to digital distribution in ways that were emotionally nuanced, acknowledging the genuine advantages of digital while also depicting the specific losses that came with the shift. The comedy in these episodes came from characters who were attached to physical formats in ways that seemed irrational from a purely utilitarian perspective, but that reflected the genuine emotional relationships people had formed with the physical objects through which they had experienced. Music. The psychological complexity of the shift from physical to digital music, and particularly the specific pattern of nostalgia for vinyl that drove the unexpected resurgence of vinyl record sales in the 2010s and 2020s, is consistent with the portrait the show had drawn of the human relationship with physical music formats. Extended Section 8. Economic predictions. The full scope. The show's economic predictions extend well beyond the automation and gig economy observations we examined earlier. Let us look at several more. The prediction of student loan debt as a defining economic burden for the millennial generation is one of the show's most accurate and least discussed economic predictions. In multiple episodes depicting Lisa's academic ambitions and the family's financial situation, the show depicted the specific dynamic of educational credentials being presented as the path to economic mobility, while the costs of obtaining those credentials escalated in ways that created debt burdens that could persist for decades. The show depicted this specifically in the context of higher education, of the pressure on parents and students to pursue expensive educational credentials as the necessary gateway to middle-class stability, with an accuracy about both the educational economics and the emotional dynamics of the situation that proved prophetic. Student loan debt became a defining economic issue of the 2010s and 2020s, with the total outstanding student loan debt in the United States exceeding $1.7 trillion by 2021, and with the monthly payment obligations for many graduates representing a significant fraction of their income for years or decades after graduation. The show had been depicting the structural dynamics that produced this outcome: the credentialization of the labor market, the escalation of educational costs, the financing model that transferred the economic risk from institutions to students for years before it became a defining political issue. The prediction of the healthcare bankruptcy dynamic is another economic prediction worth examining carefully. In multiple episodes, the show depicted scenarios in which medical events produced financial catastrophe for ordinary families, in which the cost of healthcare for an acute medical event exceeded the household's financial reserves and insurance coverage, producing debt that persisted long after the medical event had resolved. The show depicted medical bankruptcy not as an exceptional outcome, but as a routine feature of the American healthcare system, a predictable consequence of a system in which the cost of care and the coverage of insurance were both structured in ways that left ordinary families exposed to catastrophic financial risk. Medical debt is the leading cause of personal bankruptcy in the United States, a fact that has been documented consistently in research since at least the early 2000s. The specific dynamic of medical events producing financial catastrophe for families who had believed themselves adequately insured has affected tens of millions of Americans over the period the show has been running. The show also predicted with unusual accuracy the specific character of the 2008 financial crisis, not in its specific mechanisms but in its structural causes. In multiple episodes from the early 2000s, the show depicted a financial environment in which institutions were making lending decisions based on the assumption that asset prices would continue to rise indefinitely, in which the risks of those lending decisions were being packaged and transferred to investors who did not fully understand what they were buying, and in which the regulatory frameworks that were supposed to prevent excessive risk-taking had been systematically weakened by the financial industry's political influence. These were the structural causes of the 2008 financial crisis: the housing bubble driven by the assumption of indefinitely rising prices, the securitization of mortgage debt that transferred risk to investors who misunderstood it, and the regulatory capture that allowed the financial industry to operate with inadequate oversight. The show had been depicting these dynamics as features of the financial system years before the crisis that they eventually produced. The prediction of income stagnation for the middle class in the face of productivity growth is another economic prediction that has proven accurate. In episodes depicting Homer's financial situation, the show consistently depicted a gap between the productivity of his work, which was genuinely valuable to the plant, whatever his personal inadequacies, and the compensation he received for that work. The show depicted this gap as systematic as the product of power relationships between employers and employees that reliably allocated the gains from productivity growth away from workers and toward capital owners. The empirical data on this question is clear. For the 4 decades from approximately 1980 to 2020, productivity growth in the American economy was not reflected in proportional wage growth for most workers. The gains from productivity growth went disproportionately to capital owners and to high earners, producing the sustained increase in income inequality that economists like Thomas Piketty have documented. The show was depicting the lived experience of this dynamic of Homer working hard, being productive, and finding that his economic situation did not reflect his productive contribution accurately and consistently across its entire run. Extended Section 9. International Predictions. Continuing the record, the show's international predictions extend well beyond the China and North Korea predictions we examined earlier. Let us look at several more. The The prediction of the rise of nationalist and populist political movements in established democracies is one of the most consequential international predictions in the show's catalog. In multiple episodes from the 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted scenarios in which established political parties and institutions were challenged by outsider movements that organized around resentment of elites, nostalgia for an idealized past, and the promise of decisive action by a strong leader unconstrained by the conventions of democratic procedure. The show depicted these movements with the specific emotional character of the populist waves that would eventually reshape the politics of democracies from the United States to Hungary to Brazil to the Philippines. The genuine grievance underlying the movement, the way that grievance was channeled by political entrepreneurs who served their own interests rather than the interests of their followers, and the specific damage to democratic institutions that resulted when these movements succeeded. The wave of right-wing populism that reshaped democratic politics in the 2010s Brexit in the United Kingdom, the election of Viktor Orban in Hungary, the rise of far-right parties across Europe, the Trump presidency in the United States was not a coincidence and was not unpredictable. The structural conditions that produced it, economic anxiety, cultural displacement, the failure of established institutions to address legitimate grievances, and the availability of media ecosystems that could amplify resentment were visible to careful observers for years before the wave arrived. The Simpsons had been depicting those structural conditions and the political dynamics they produced for decades, in comic form, and the depictions proved accurate. The prediction of the surveillance capitalism dynamic is another international prediction worth examining, because its implications extend well beyond any single country. In multiple episodes, the show depicted a dynamic in which the detailed behavioral data generated by people's interactions with digital systems was captured by the system's operators and used to shape those people's future behavior in ways they were not aware of to influence what they bought, what they paid attention to, what they believed, and how they voted. The show depicted this not as a conspiracy but as the rational behavior of economic actors who had discovered that behavioral data was enormously valuable and that the people generating it were generally unaware of how it was being used. Shoshana Zuboff's concept of surveillance capitalism, developed in her 2019 book, described this dynamic in systematic academic terms. But the dynamics she described had been present and growing since the early days of behavioral advertising, and The Simpsons had been depicting their implications for individual autonomy, for democratic politics, for the power dynamics between platforms and users for years before Zuboff's analysis gave them their most influential academic framing. The prediction of the specific character of political crisis in post-Soviet states is another international prediction worth brief examination. In episodes from the late 1990s, the show depicted political dynamics in Eastern European states that had emerged from the Soviet Union, with the specific combination of formal democratic institutions and informal power structures that characterized many post-Soviet transitions. The elections that were formally competitive but shaped by oligarchic influence. The institutions that were formally independent but subject to political pressure. The media environments that were formally free but dominated by politically connected ownership. These dynamics, now understood as the features of competitive authoritarianism or electoral autocracy, became the defining political reality of many post-Soviet states in the 2000s and 2010s. The show had been depicting them accurately in the late 1990s, when the optimism of the post-Cold War period was still dominant and the specific character of post-Soviet political development was not yet fully clear. Extended Section 10. The deepest layer expanded. Let us return to the deepest questions about what The Simpsons' prophetic record means and spend more time with them, because they deserve it. There is a theory in the philosophy of science called instrumentalism, which holds that the value of a scientific theory is not in whether it accurately describes reality, but in whether it allows you to make accurate predictions. A theory that makes accurate predictions is a useful theory, regardless of whether the underlying description of reality it offers is true. The Simpsons is not a scientific theory, and its writers would not claim it is. But there is something instrumentalist about the show's relationship with the future. The show has consistently produced accurate predictions not because its underlying description of American life is necessarily true in every detail, but because it is a good model, a model that captures enough of the real structure of American society to make predictions about where that structure will lead. The question of why the model is good is more interesting than the question of what specific predictions the model produces, because the answer to that question tells you something about what kinds of observation are necessary to build accurate models of social systems. The Simpsons model is good because it starts from the inside, from the perspective of people who experience the systems it depicts, rather than the perspective of people who design or manage those systems. Homer's experience of the healthcare system is not the experience of a hospital administrator or an insurance executive or a policymaker. It is the experience of someone who needs the healthcare system and encounters it at the points where it meets individual need. From that perspective, the gaps between the system's promise and its performance are visible immediately and viscerally in ways that they are not from a position of institutional privilege. This is a generalizable principle about social modeling. The most accurate models of social systems tend to be the ones built from the perspective of the people who most directly experience those systems' outputs, rather than the people who manage their inputs. The people who directly experience the outputs of the healthcare system, the financial system, the political system, the economic system, know things about how those systems actually function that the people who design and manage those systems often do not know, because the design and management perspective systematically obscures certain features of the system's actual performance. The Simpsons has been building models from the output side for 36 years. That is why the models work. There is also something worth saying about the specific quality of the humor that makes the show's observations receivable. The comedy of The Simpsons is not primarily satirical in the traditional sense. It is not primarily organized around the exposure and ridicule of the powerful. Homer is not powerful. Marge is not powerful. Bart and Lisa and Maggie are not powerful. The comedy of the show is organized primarily around the experience of people who are not powerful navigating systems that were not designed for their comfort. This is different from most political satire, which is organized around the ridicule of the powerful from a position of artistic or intellectual distance. The Simpsons does satirize the powerful. Burns is a satirical figure, and he is treated as such, but the majority of the show's humor comes from the experience of ordinary people, from the specific absurdity of trying to live a decent life in circumstances that are constantly working against you. That is a different kind of observation from satire, and it produces a different kind of accuracy. Satire tends to be accurate about the behavior of elites and institutions as seen from the outside. The Simpsons is accurate about the experience of ordinary people as felt from the inside. These are complementary but distinct kinds of accuracy, and the show combines them in a way that produces a more comprehensive picture of social reality than either alone would achieve. Let us also spend time on the question of what the predictions mean for the future, not the future the show has already predicted, but the future it is currently predicting. Because if the show has been consistently accurate for 36 years, and if that accuracy is the product of clear observation rather than luck, then what the show is currently depicting should be treated as evidence about the direction the world is heading. What is The Simpsons currently depicting? It is depicting a world in which the systems that were supposed to provide security for ordinary people, employment, healthcare, retirement, democratic governance are increasingly unreliable in ways that the people who depend on them are not fully aware of. It is depicting a world in which the concentration of power and wealth has reached levels at which the formal mechanisms of democratic accountability are unable to constrain it effectively. It is depicting a world in which the cognitive and attentional resources of the population have been so thoroughly captured by commercial interests that the capacity for sustained, serious engagement with the real conditions of collective life has been significantly diminished. These are not new themes for the show. They have been present since its earliest seasons. But the intensity with which they are being depicted, the extent to which they have moved from background note to dominant theme, suggests that the show's model of American life is pointing toward a future in which these dynamics have intensified beyond their current levels. If the show has been right about everything else, it is probably right about this too. This is not a comfortable conclusion. But The Simpsons has never been in the business of comfortable conclusions. It has been in the business of honest observation, and honest observation of the present has rarely produced comfortable conclusions about the future. What it has produced, consistently and for 36 years, is a picture of American life that is more accurate than most of the alternatives, more accurate than the official story, more accurate than the entertainment industry's preferred narrative, more accurate than most political media, more accurate than most academic social science at the level of lived experience. And the predictions are the proof of the accuracy. Every time a Simpsons episode turns out to have depicted something that subsequently happened, it confirms that the show was seeing clearly when it made the depiction. And if it was seeing clearly then, it is probably seeing clearly now. The family is on the couch. The plant is on the horizon. And somewhere in a writer's room, someone is writing a joke that will make you uncomfortable in 10 years when you see it alongside a news headline and realize that they knew. They always knew, because they were always just looking at what was actually there. The question we have been circling around this entire evening, without quite naming it directly, is this. What does it mean to live in a world that a cartoon has been accurately describing for 36 years? It means several things at once, and they pull in different directions. It means that the truth about the world we live in has always been available to anyone who is willing to look at it honestly. The systems that produce inequality, that concentrate power, that degrade democratic governance, that prioritize the interests of capital over the interests of people, these systems have not been hidden. They have been operating in plain sight. The Simpsons has been depicting them in plain sight in a format accessible to hundreds of millions of people for 36 years. The information has been there. The observation has been there. The accurate model has been there. What has not always been there is the willingness to take the model seriously, to look at the comedy and see the serious observation underneath. To recognize that the cartoon family in the impossible town is providing a more accurate account of American life than the official stories that compete for our attention and our trust. The predictions going viral every time a new one is confirmed is, in this reading, the culture slowly recognizing something it has always had access to. Each viral moment is a small act of recognition, a moment where the gap between the show's model and the official story collapses, where the truth that was always there in comic form becomes undeniable in the specific form of a real event. It also means, slightly differently, that we have always been capable of seeing our situation clearly. The show's accuracy is the proof that the observation is possible, that the systems and dynamics it depicts are visible, that they can be understood, that they can be described in terms that make them recognizable. If the show had been inaccurate, if its depictions had not matched reality, the predictions would not come true and the viral moments would not occur. The accuracy is the evidence of visibility, and visibility is the precondition for change. You cannot change what you cannot see. The Simpsons has been making the invisible structures of American life visible in the form of comedy for 36 years. Whether the visibility it has provided has translated into the kind of collective action that might change those structures is a different question, and a much harder one. But the visibility has been there, the show has been there. Homer has been falling down and getting up and falling down again, and Marge has been patiently putting the pieces back together, and Lisa has been looking at the world with enormous, unblinking eyes and asking the questions that nobody around her wants to answer. 36 years? And the world still looks a lot like Springfield, which means there is still a lot of work to do. But at least we have a very accurate map, and here, as the evening stretches out and the quiet settles in, is perhaps the most comforting thought in all of this. The Simpsons has not been depicting a world without hope. It has been depicting a world where ordinary people, despite everything working against them, despite the systems and the billionaires and the cracked cooling towers and the three-eyed fish in the river, despite all of it, get up every morning and try again. Homer goes back to the plant. Marge makes breakfast. Bart goes to school and causes trouble that briefly makes things worse before things settle back into their improbable equilibrium. Lisa plays her saxophone in a room where no one comes to listen, but she plays it anyway, because the music exists whether anyone hears it or not. And Maggie watches, with those enormous eyes that have been watching for 36 years. Patient, silent, understanding far more than anyone knows. That is not a portrait of despair, it is a portrait of resilience. The resilience of ordinary people who were never promised an easy world and who found ways to live in it with love and humor and the occasional Springfield-scale catastrophe that somehow never quite ends the town. The predictions are the headline, the family is the story. And the family is still there. Evergreen Terrace, Springfield. The town that should not be able to exist, that has been ending for 36 years and somehow keeps not ending, where the beer is cold and the children are young, and the dream of ordinary life messy, insufficient, beloved goes on. Supplemental section. The architecture of a prediction. How the Simpsons does it. We have spent most of our time tonight cataloging predictions and examining their accuracy. Let us spend some time on a different question: the mechanics of how the predictions are made. What does the process of creating a Simpsons prediction actually look like from the inside? How does a joke that will turn out to be accurate in 20 years get written? The answer is more mundane than the viral clips suggest, and more interesting than the debunking implies. A Simpsons writer's room in the show's golden era, roughly seasons 2 through 10, operated in a specific way that is worth understanding. The room was led by a showrunner who set the overall creative direction, populated with writers who had been selected partly for intelligence and education and partly for a specific kind of satirical sensibility, and it operated through a process of pitching and developing ideas that was unusually rigorous by the standards of television comedy. The writers would pitch story ideas, and those ideas would be broken down, their structure examined, their comedic logic tested, their potential for sustaining a full episode evaluated in a collaborative process that was intellectually demanding. The writer's room of The Simpsons in its peak years was, by all accounts, a genuinely demanding intellectual environment, one in which the quality of reasoning behind a joke mattered alongside the joke itself, and in which the satirical observations embedded in episodes were expected to actually be true, not just to seem like they might be true. This meant that when the show made an observation about technology, it was based on actual knowledge of the technology. When it made an observation about corporate behavior, it was based on actual understanding of corporate incentive structures. When it made an observation about political dynamics, it was based on actual knowledge of how political systems worked. The predictions are the byproduct of this combination: genuine expertise in the subject matter being satirized, combined with the satirical intelligence to identify the gap between how the subject presents itself and how it actually works, combined with the comic creativity to express that gap in a way that is both entertaining and memorable. This combination is rarer than it sounds. There is no shortage of people who have genuine expertise in a given domain. There is no shortage of people with the intelligence to identify gaps between presentation and reality. There is no shortage of people with creative talent for entertainment. But the combination of all three in a writer's room that is explicitly tasked with applying all three to the observation and description of American life is quite specific, and it is what makes The Simpsons predictions different from both random guessing and systematic research. The predictions are the result of intelligent people paying close attention to the world, understanding it well enough to describe it accurately, and having the creative freedom and the comic sensibility to describe it in ways that are simultaneously entertaining and true. That combination has proven remarkably durable as a source of accurate observation about the direction of American life. It has produced, across 36 seasons, a body of work that constitutes something like a running ethnography of the United States, a sustained, detailed, honest account of what it was like to live in America at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st. The predictions are the most dramatic evidence of that account's accuracy, but they are built on a foundation of thousands of smaller accurate observations, each contributing to a picture that, in aggregate, has turned out to be more accurate than most of the alternatives. Understanding this also helps explain why the predictions are clustered in certain areas. The writers knew what they knew, and what they knew well, they depicted accurately. The predictions about technology are concentrated in the areas where the writers had genuine technical knowledge. The predictions about corporate behavior are concentrated in the areas where the writers had genuine economic and business understanding. The predictions about political dynamics are concentrated in the areas where the writers had genuine political science background. The show was right about the things its writers understood deeply, and it was less reliably prescient about the things they understood less well. This is not a criticism, it is a natural feature of any predictive system. The quality of the prediction is a function of the quality of the underlying understanding, and the quality of the Simpsons writers' understanding of American life has been, in aggregate, unusually high. What does this mean for the audience that has been watching the show for 36 years? It means that watching The Simpsons and paying attention to what it is depicting is a form of education about American life that is more accessible and more honestly rendered than most of the alternatives. The show is, in its own specific way, a reliable guide to the actual dynamics of the systems and institutions that shape American life. This is a strange thing to say about a cartoon with yellow-skinned characters and four-fingered hands. But strange or not, it appears to be true. Supplemental section: the predictions and the writers, a profile of prophets. Let us spend some time with the specific individuals whose intelligence and observation produced the predictions, because understanding who they are is essential to understanding how the predictions happened. Matt Groening, the show's creator, came from a background in underground comics and the specific satirical tradition of cartoonists who observe American life from a position of deliberate outsider perspective. His early life in hell strips established the specific lens through which he would eventually view American domestic life in The Simpsons, a lens characterized by genuine affection for ordinary people and genuine skepticism about the life, institutions, and systems that shape their lives. James L. Brooks, one of the show's primary developers, came from a background in dramatic television comedy that was unusually attentive to the emotional realities of American middle-class life. His previous work had established his reputation as a filmmaker who could depict the specific texture of ordinary American experience with unusual honesty, and he brought that reputation and that skill to the early development of The Simpsons. The specific writers who produced the episodes with the most significant predictions were, in many cases, people who had pursued academic careers before coming to television. Al Jean, who has been a showrunner for significant portions of the show's run and who has been one of the most consistent creative forces in its history, studied mathematics at Harvard before entering the entertainment industry. His mathematical background is directly relevant to the scientific predictions, and his general intelligence is relevant to everything else. David X. Cohen, who wrote many of the show's most intellectually ambitious episodes and who went on to create Futurama after leaving The Simpsons, has a master's degree in theoretical computer science from Berkeley. He is the person most directly responsible for some of the show's most sophisticated scientific content, including the Higgs boson equation in Homer's chalkboard gag. Greg Daniels, who wrote some of the show's most socially astute episodes before going on to create The Office, brought a specific observational intelligence about the texture of American workplace culture to the episodes he wrote. The Office was itself a show with significant predictive qualities about the future of work, and those qualities were developed from the same observational foundation that produced The Simpsons' workplace-related predictions. Conan O'Brien wrote for the show in its early seasons, bringing a Harvard education and a specific brand of intellectual humor that informed some of the early episodes' most sophisticated satirical observations. He was part of the writer's room during the period when the show was establishing its fundamental approach to American satire. What unites these figures, and the dozens of other writers who contributed to the show over its history, is not any single educational credential or intellectual background. It is a specific disposition, a willingness to look at American life honestly, to resist the comfortable illusions that most American entertainment trades in, and to find the comedy in the gap between what is officially true and what is actually true. That disposition, applied consistently over 36 years by a series of intelligent, well-educated observers of American life, has produced the predictions. The predictions are, in the end, simply what happens when you are honest about what you see for long enough. Supplemental section: the emotional weight of the predictions. We have spent most of our time tonight discussing the predictions in analytical terms, examining their accuracy, understanding their mechanisms, tracing their relationship to the structural dynamics of American society. But there is an emotional dimension to the predictions that deserves attention, because it is part of what makes them so striking when you encounter them. The emotional experience of discovering a Simpsons prediction, of seeing a clip from a 1995 episode alongside a 2020 news headline and feeling the specific shock of recognition, is not primarily intellectual. It is primarily emotional. It is a specific feeling that combines surprise, recognition, a faint unease, and something that might be called retrospective inevitability, the sense that, of course, this was going to happen, that anyone who was paying attention could have seen it coming, that the prediction was not really a prediction at all, but simply an honest description of the way things were. That last element, the retrospective inevitability, is particularly interesting, because it suggests something about the nature of the predictions and what they reveal. The predictions feel inevitable in retrospect because the underlying observations were accurate. When the observation is accurate, the prediction that follows from it is not really a prediction, it is a conclusion. And conclusions, once you see the reasoning that leads to them, feel inevitable. The emotional experience of the predictions is the emotional experience of suddenly seeing clearly something that was always there to be seen. The cartoon was showing you the structure of American life, accurately and honestly, for decades. The prediction coming true is the structure of American life becoming undeniable in a specific, concrete way that the cartoon had already described. The feeling you get is not the feeling of seeing something new. It is the feeling of recognizing something you have always known. This is a specific kind of emotional experience that the philosopher Aristotle described in his discussion of recognition scenes in drama, the anagnoresis, the moment of recognition in which something hidden is revealed, and the revelation changes the meaning of everything that preceded it. The Simpsons predictions produce a kind of ongoing, distributed anagnoresis, a series of moments in which the hidden structure of the world is revealed through the alignment of a fictional depiction with a real event, and in which that revelation changes how you see everything the show was doing before the revelation. The show was always doing this. The show was always showing you the structure. The predictions are the moments when the structure becomes undeniable, when the alignment between the fictional and the real makes the structure visible in a way that is impossible to dismiss. This is why the predictions matter emotionally, beyond their interest as intellectual puzzles. They are the moments when a cartoon that has been telling the truth for 36 years is suddenly impossible to dismiss as just a cartoon. They are the moments when Homer's world and our world are revealed to be the same world, seen from different angles, described with different tools, but occupying the same underlying reality. That recognition is what the predictions produce. And it is, in its specific way, a form of gift. The gift of seeing clearly, if only for a moment, before the next episode starts and the couch gag plays and the comfortable familiarity of Springfield closes back around us like a warm yellow blanket. Supplemental section. Springfield as America. The deepest prediction of all. We have been circling around what may be the single most significant prediction in the Simpsons catalog, and we have been circling around it because it is less dramatic than the individual predictions and harder to summarize in a viral clip. The deepest prediction in The Simpsons is this: that America, over the course of the show's run, would come to resemble Springfield. Not in every detail, not in the specific absurdity of the individual gags, but in the structural features that define Springfield's character, the combination of genuine warmth and genuine dysfunction, of community feeling and institutional failure, of ordinary people trying to live decent lives in systems designed primarily to serve the interests of the powerful. That is America now, in a way that is more visible than it was in 1989. The nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations is not a metaphor. It is a description of the regulatory environment in numerous industries, from coal mining to pharmaceutical manufacturing to financial services, in which the balance between public safety and corporate interest has been consistently tilted toward corporate interest by the political influence of those industries. Mr. Burns, with his medical treatments and his impossible longevity, is not a metaphor. It is a description of the specific ways in which extreme wealth insulates its holders from the consequences of ordinary mortality, the private medicine, the access to treatments unavailable to ordinary people, the infrastructure of survival that money can build and that ordinary people cannot afford. Homer's inability to make the connection between his employer and his family's suffering is not a metaphor. It is a description of the specific cognitive effects of living in a media environment designed to obscure the relationship between the systems that organize your life and the specific difficulties of living in it. And Lisa, playing her saxophone in a room where nobody comes, still playing, still asking questions nobody wants to answer, still insisting on the possibility of a different and better world, even in the face of everything that argues against it, that is not a metaphor either. That is the condition of a specific kind of person in American life. The person who sees clearly, who understands the situation, who keeps pushing anyway, not because they expect to win, but because the alternative is to stop being the person who sees clearly. That person exists. That person has always existed. And the show has been depicting them with specificity and affection and honestly for 36 years. The deepest prediction of The Simpsons is that America would become Springfield. And that prediction has been coming true, gradually and then all at once, in the specific way that all the show's predictions have come true through the slow, patient working out of dynamics that were always present, always visible to anyone paying attention, always heading in the direction the show was describing. America is Springfield. We are all Homer, trying to get through the day. We are all Marge, trying to hold things together. We are all Bart, making mischief because the system gives us nothing better to do with our energy. We are all Lisa, playing our saxophones in empty rooms. And we are all Maggie, watching with enormous eyes, understanding more than we say, waiting for the moment when saying something will actually make a difference. The show keeps being right because the show keeps watching us. And what it sees, it draws with yellow-skinned honesty, season after season, couch gag after couch gag, until the credits roll and the lights go down and Springfield waits in the dark for the next episode to begin. It always does. That is the whole point. Final supplemental. The long tail of coincidence predictions we did not cover. There are predictions we have not yet examined, and some of them deserve their own moment before we close. The prediction of cargo ship supply chain disruption is one of the more recent examples of the show's prescience. In a 1990s episode, the show depicted a scenario in which global trade was disrupted by the sudden unavailability of shipping capacity, in which goods that were expected to arrive did not arrive. And the interconnected nature of global commerce meant that the disruption cascaded in ways that were surprising in their breadth. In early 2021, the Ever Given container ship became lodged in the Suez Canal for 6 days, disrupting global shipping and generating an international news story about the fragility of supply chain infrastructure. The show's depiction of supply chain disruption was directionally accurate about the kind of systemic vulnerability that global just-in-time logistics had created. The prediction of the specific character of retirement in the 21st century is another overlooked item in the show's catalog. In multiple episodes, the show depicted Grandpa Abe Simpson's experience of a retirement system that provided minimal support for elderly people, that isolated the elderly from the rest of society in specific institutional settings, and that treated retirement itself as a period of waiting rather than a period of living. The show depicted this not as an exceptional experience, but as the normal American experience of aging, the gradual diminishment of support, the increasing isolation, the institutional indifference, the underfunding of pension systems, the crisis in long-term care for elderly Americans, the social isolation of the elderly population. All of these became dominant concerns of American social policy in the 2000s and 2010s. The show had been depicting the lived experience of an inadequate retirement system from the perspective of someone inside it for years before these policy concerns reached their current prominence. The prediction of the specific character of American healthcare's relationship with terminal illness is another one worth examining carefully. In multiple episodes, the show depicted scenarios in which the American healthcare system responded to terminal illness in ways that were shaped more by the economics of treatment than by the preferences or well-being of patients, in which aggressive, expensive interventions were pursued beyond the point where they served the patient's quality of life, in which end-of-life discussions were avoided or inadequately supported, and in which the specific needs of dying patients for comfort and dignity were subordinated to the institutional imperative to treat. The palliative care movement, which has developed since the 1990s as a response to exactly these failures of the American healthcare system's approach to terminal illness, represents the institutional recognition that the dynamics the show was depicting were real and harmful. The expansion of hospice care, the development of advanced directive documents, the growing research on the inadequacy of American end-of-life care, all of these represent the healthcare system beginning to grapple with the specific failures the show had been depicting. The prediction of social media's role in spreading misinformation is perhaps the most immediately relevant of the predictions that we have not yet fully examined. In multiple episodes from the 1990s and early 2000s, the show depicted scenarios in which false information spread rapidly through social networks, through interpersonal networks in the pre-internet episodes, and through digital networks in the later ones, producing real consequences for real people before the information's falsity could be established. The show depicted this not as a consequence of individual malice, but as a structural feature of information systems that lacked adequate mechanisms for distinguishing true information from false, and in which the social dynamics of information sharing rewarded engaging stories over accurate ones. The specific crisis of misinformation in the social media era, the role of platforms like Facebook and Twitter in the rapid spread of false information about elections, vaccines, and public health has become one of the defining concerns of democratic governance in the 21st century. The show had been depicting the structural dynamics that produce this crisis, the absence of consequence for sharing false information, the social rewards for engaging stories regardless of their accuracy, the way information moves faster through social networks than verification can follow for years, before social media gave those dynamics their most consequential contemporary form. The prediction of the specific character of platform monopoly is one more economic and technological prediction worth examining before we close. In multiple episodes, the show depicted scenarios in which a single platform or service had achieved a dominant position in a given domain that was sufficiently entrenched to resist competitive challenge, in which the network effects of scale meant that competitors could not attract the critical mass of users necessary to displace the dominant platform, even if the dominant platform's product was, in some respects, inferior. This is precisely the competitive dynamic that characterizes the dominant internet platforms of the early 21st century. Google's dominance in search, Facebook's dominance in social networking, Amazon's dominance in e-commerce and cloud computing, Apple and Google's joint dominance in mobile operating systems. All of these represent exactly the network effect-driven monopoly dynamic the show had been depicting, in which the combination of scale and switching costs makes it practically impossible for new entrants to challenge established platforms, even when those platforms have significant quality shortcomings. The antitrust debates of the 2020s about whether Google, Facebook, and Amazon should be broken up or subjected to more aggressive regulatory constraints are the political expression of exactly the competitive dynamics the show had been depicting as inevitable features of platform markets. The prediction of the specific social dynamics of extreme wealth in a democratic society is our final item before we close. Mr. Burns is not just a comic character. He is a systematic depiction of what happens to a person when they accumulate wealth so far beyond the experience of ordinary people that the ordinary social constraints on behavior, the need to maintain relationships, the dependence on community approval, the fear of social exclusion no longer apply. Burns is free in a specific and terrifying way, free from the social bonds that keep most people moderately decent toward one another, because the wealth that would normally require those bonds is no longer needed. The specific pathologies of extreme wealth, the isolation, the solipsism, the difficulty of maintaining genuine relationships, the tendency to view other people primarily as instruments have been documented in psychological research that has emerged over the past 2 decades. Paul Piff's research on the relationship between wealth and behavior, Dacher Keltner's work on the psychological effects of power, and related bodies of research have established that the specific dynamics the show had been depicting in Burns were real phenomena with measurable psychological correlates. Burns is not a cartoon exaggeration of a real human tendency. He is a fairly accurate depiction of what happens to that tendency when it is allowed to develop without the social constraints that ordinarily limit it. The show understood this, and it depicted the result honestly, and the result turned out to be a reasonably accurate portrait of the psychology of extreme wealth. That is where we leave it, as the night stretches out and the quiet deepens. Springfield is still there, the plant is still on the horizon, Homer is still asleep at his workstation, Burns is still in his tower, scheming, kept alive by treatments that would kill a normal person, sustained by a fortune that predates the country itself, and the family is on the couch, where they have always been, where they will always be, watching television, which is, when you think about it, what we have been doing together tonight. There is something comforting in that, something that connects the viewer and the viewed in a loop that the show has always understood that the people watching are the people being depicted, that Springfield is not somewhere else, that Homer is not someone else, that the couch and the television and the family gathered around it is the thing we all recognize because it is the thing we all are. The predictions are the show knowing us better than we know ourselves. That is the last and most important thing to say about them. Extended closing meditation. What we carry from Springfield. There is a specific kind of knowledge that accumulates slowly, without you noticing it is accumulating, until one day you find yourself in possession of a picture of the world that is more complete and more honest than anything you consciously sought to build. That is the kind of knowledge The Simpsons has been giving its audience for 36 years. Nobody sat down in 1989 and decided to spend the next 36 years learning about American corporate behavior from a cartoon. Nobody committed to a 3-decade course in political economy delivered through the medium of animated gags about a man with an IQ of 55. And yet that is, in a meaningful sense, what happened. The people who have been watching The Simpsons since childhood and who continue watching it today have been receiving, episode by episode, a sustained education in the real dynamics of American life that is more honest and more comprehensive than most of what passes for public education on these subjects. The predictions are the diploma. Each prediction that comes true is a confirmation that the education was real, that the observations were accurate, that the knowledge that was accumulated through 36 years of watching Homer fall down and get up was not trivial entertainment but substantive understanding. This may be the most important reframe available for the Simpsons predictions phenomenon. The question is not, how did the show know? The question is, what has the show been teaching us, and have we been listening? The answer to the second question is complicated. Tens of millions of people have been listening, in the sense of watching and laughing and quoting and referencing the show as one of the central shared texts of their cultural experience. Whether they have been listening in the deeper sense, in the sense of allowing the show's honest observations to inform their understanding of the world they live in, is less clear. The viral predictions suggest that some of that deeper listening has been occurring. Each time a prediction goes viral, it is not just a moment of surprised recognition. It is a moment of reconnection with something that was always present in the show. The honest observation underneath the comedy, the accurate description of the world underneath the joke. The viral moment is the moment when that observation surfaces, when it becomes impossible to receive as merely entertainment, when it insists on being received as information. That insistence is valuable. It is valuable because accurate information about the world we live in is one of the most important things available to people who are trying to navigate that world. And information delivered in the form of comedy, embedded in characters and situations that are emotionally engaging and memorable, is information that sticks in ways that information delivered in other forms often does not. The Simpsons has been delivering accurate information about American life for 36 years. The predictions are the most vivid evidence of the accuracy. But the information was there in every episode, not just the ones that produced predictions. The information was in Homer's relationship with his work and his employer. It was in Marge's management of the household's emotional and practical life. It was in Lisa's experience of being intelligent in a community that did not know what to do with intelligence. It was in Bart's navigation of an educational system that had no interest in understanding him. It was in Maggie's patient, enormous-eyed watching of a world that had not yet asked what she might have to offer. All of that is information about American life. All of it is accurate. All of it has been available to anyone who has been watching. The question, as always, is what we do with it. That is the question the show cannot answer for us. It can show us the structure. It can describe the dynamics. It can make the predictions. What we do with the picture it has been building, episode by episode, across 36 years and nearly 800 episodes, is up to us. Springfield will be there tomorrow, and the week after, and the week after that. The plant will be on the horizon, the family will be on the couch, the television will be on, and the show will be doing what it has always done, watching us, describing us, knowing us better than we know ourselves, and waiting with perfect patience for us to notice. There is still time to notice. There is always still time. The credits are still rolling. Springfield is waiting. We can go whenever we are ready. A final note on the nature of prediction. There is one more thing worth sitting with as the night closes in, and it concerns the very idea of prediction and what it means for something to be predicted at all. We use the word prediction for what The Simpsons does, but it is worth questioning whether that word is precisely right. A prediction, in the strictest sense, is a claim about the future, a statement that such and such will occur, made before it occurs. The Simpsons does sometimes make claims like that. The Trump episode does say, explicitly, that Trump will have been president. The technology episodes do depict specific devices before those devices exist. But most of what we call Simpsons predictions are something subtler and more interesting. They are not claims about the future so much as honest descriptions of the present that turn out to remain accurate as the present becomes the future. The show describes the healthcare system as it exists in 1995, and the description remains accurate in 2015, because the structural features it described were real and persistent. The show depicts corporate consolidation as it operates in 1998, and the depiction remains accurate in 2020 because the logic of consolidation it identified continued operating. This is a different kind of accuracy from the accuracy of a specific prediction. It is the accuracy of a description of underlying structure that persists through specific events and produces those events as its visible expressions. The show is less like a crystal ball and more like an X-ray. It reveals the skeleton, the underlying structure that makes visible behavior intelligible. And because the skeleton changes more slowly than the surface, the X-ray remains accurate for longer than a surface description would. This is why the show keeps being right. The The skeleton of American life, the power relationships, the economic structures, the institutional dynamics, the cultural patterns changes slowly. The show has been accurately depicting the skeleton. The surface keeps changing, but the skeleton it is built on has remained recognizable across the 36 years the show has been running. The predictions are what happens when the skeleton produces a new visible expression that the show had already described. The prediction did not see the future. It saw the structure that would produce the future. That is a more honest account of what The Simpsons does, and it is also a more interesting one, because it means the show is not magic and is not lucky. It is careful, honest, sustained observation of real structural dynamics. And careful, honest, sustained observation of real structural dynamics produces accurate description, which looks like prediction from the outside. The show will keep being right for as long as the structural dynamics it has been describing continue to operate. And the structural dynamics it has been describing show no sign of changing fast enough to make the show's depictions inaccurate. Springfield is still the map. We are still living in the territory. And the map, as maps should be, remains accurate. That is the prediction. That is the gift. That is 36 years of honest looking, given freely, episode by episode, couch gag by couch gag, to anyone who wanted to receive it. The Simpsons has been telling us the truth about ourselves for as long as most of us can remember. It is still telling us now. It will probably still be telling us when the next generation sits down on its couch, turns on its television, and hears the choir sing. And they will laugh. And they will recognize. And somewhere in the back of the laughter, underneath the recognition, they will feel the specific chill that comes from understanding that the cartoon already knew. It always already knew. That is the final prediction. And it is probably the most accurate one of all. The predictions list. A complete reference? For those who have drifted through this script and want a clear, consolidated reference of the predictions we examined, here they are collected in one place, with their episode dates and the real-world events they anticipated. Technology predictions? The smartwatch depicted in a 1995 episode as a wrist-worn communication device with information display capabilities. The Apple Watch launched in 2015, 19 years later. Video calling as everyday personal communication depicted across multiple 1990s episodes as a natural, casual medium for interpersonal communication. FaceTime launched in 2010. Zoom became a household name in 2020. Autocorrect and its specific comedy of confident machine errors depicted in a 1994 episode satirizing the Newton message pad's handwriting recognition failures. The dynamic became the defining comedy of smartphone texting throughout the 2010s. Smart home technology depicted in a 1999 episode as a voice-activated, centrally controlled domestic environment management system. Amazon Echo launched in 2014. Smart home technology became widespread through the late 2010s. Social media addiction depicted across multiple 2000s episodes as a compulsive seeking behavior organized around digital social validation. The academic literature on social media addiction emerged primarily in the 2010s. Surveillance capitalism depicted across multiple episodes as the systematic capture and monetization of behavioral data without meaningful consumer awareness or consent. Shoshana Zuboff's defining academic account of the phenomenon was published in 2019. The practices she described had been underway since the early 2000s. The Higgs boson mass predicted in a 1998 episode through an equation that pointed toward the mass range of the Higgs boson. CERN confirmed the Higgs boson's existence in July 2012 with a measured mass consistent with the range the equation pointed toward. Political predictions. Donald Trump as president depicted by name in a 2000 episode. Trump won the presidential election in November 2016. Political polarization as structural feature depicted from the mid-1990s onward as a defining and intensifying characteristic of American political life. The academic documentation of extreme partisan polarization in American politics accumulated throughout the 2000s and 2010s. Surveillance of civilian communications by government agencies depicted across multiple episodes from the late 1990s onward, confirmed by Edward Snowden's revelations in June 2013. Media as entertainment rather than information depicted through the character of Kent Brockman across the show's entire run. The collapse of the distinction between news and entertainment accelerated throughout the 2000s and 2010s. Dark money and undisclosed political spending depicted as a routine feature of political life in Springfield. Citizens United decided in January 2010, created the legal framework for the explosion of dark money in American elections. Corporate predictions. Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox, depicted across multiple episodes as a logical conclusion of entertainment industry consolidation. The acquisition was completed in March 2019 for approximately $71 billion. Amazon-style home delivery depicted as a natural evolution of catalog ordering. Amazon's Prime membership program launched in 2005. By 2020, same-day and next-day delivery had become normal consumer expectations. Subscription business models depicted as a dominant structure for consumer services. By the late 2010s, subscription models had become standard for software, music, video, news, and gaming. Silicon Valley tech culture depicted from the mid-1990s onward as a combination of genuine innovation, performative counterculture, and competitive ruthlessness. This characterization became the dominant popular understanding of tech culture through the 2000s and 2010s. Health and science predictions. Asian flu outbreak causing mass panic and community disruption depicted in a 1993 episode. COVID-19 began in late 2019 and became a global pandemic in early 2020. Opioid crisis dynamics depicted from the late 1990s onward as the structural consequence of pharmaceutical marketing practices and inadequate regulatory oversight. The opioid crisis became the dominant American public health story of the 2010s. Healthcare bankruptcy depicted as a routine consequence of the American healthcare financing system. Medical debt remains the leading cause of personal bankruptcy in the United States. Gene therapy and its complications depicted from the mid-1990s onward as a powerful but incompletely understood medical technology. The first major regulatory approvals of gene therapy came in the 2010s and 2020s, following a period of serious complications that the show had anticipated. Sports and entertainment predictions. FIFA corruption depicted in a 1994 World Cup episode as a transparently self-interested organization. The DOJ indictments of FIFA officials were unsealed in May 2015. Cypress Hill performing with the London Symphony Orchestra depicted as a joke in a 1996 episode. The collaboration actually occurred at the Royal Albert Hall in 2024. Siegfried and Roy tiger attack depicted in a 1993 episode. Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers in October 2003. Reality television as dominant entertainment format depicted from the early 1990s. Survivor and Big Brother both launched in 2000. The format dominated American television throughout the 2000s and 2010s. Esports as major entertainment category depicted from the late 1990s onward. Esports became a multi-billion-dollar industry in the 2010s. Economic and social predictions. Middle-class economic precarity depicted as a defining feature of Homer's economic situation across the entire run. Documented extensively in research on the decline of middle-class economic security throughout the 2000s and 2010s. Automation of industrial work depicted across multiple episodes. The automation of manufacturing and routine service work became a dominant economic policy concern in the 2010s. Gig economy dynamics depicted through Homer's various temporary and informal work arrangements. Uber launched in 2009, the gig economy became a dominant feature of the American labor market in the 2010s. Student loan debt as economic burden depicted through Lisa's academic ambitions and the family's financial situation. Total outstanding student loan debt exceeded $1.7 trillion by 2021. International predictions. European horsemeat scandal depicted in a 1994 episode. The European horsemeat scandal broke in early 2013. Rise of nationalist and populist political movements depicted from the late 1990s onward as a structural response to economic anxiety and cultural displacement. The wave of right-wing populism reshaped democratic politics globally through the 2010s. This list is not exhaustive. It represents the predictions we examined in detail in this script, and it could be extended considerably by a more comprehensive survey of the show's 800 episodes. The pattern is clear enough from these examples. Across technology, politics, corporate life, health, science, sports, economics, and international affairs, The Simpsons has been consistently right about the direction the world was heading. That consistency is the record. The record speaks for itself. And now, having said everything that needs to be said tonight, we can rest. Springfield is still there? It always will be. Good night.